that they are. So I got to sleep in. I didn't have to get up at the crack of dawn.
This is much earlier than my normal time. So full time means I can wake up whenever I want, and by that I mean whenever my dog wakes up, which is like 10 or 11.
Yeah, my day job I run like this. Especially if you have like the hot lights on the place not adult.
Yeah, normally I do 4 lights for shooting. So now I turned off my overhead and nice.
We're here for a big like 10 hours, so
yeah, we'll see how long it is. Yeah, it'll be long. Yeah, what are we starting at 10? Oh, jeez. Well, for your sake, I hope it's probably 10 hours. I think they've been doing the marketing in a really good way, because they're marketing to their core audience, right? So they have their like suite of content creators, like both of us, and a handful of those folks, but their outside efforts have been really cool because they're not just marketing to the cores that should be popular, they're marketing to an audience that makes sense. So I've seen a lot of VTubers do like sponsored stuff, and I was like, that's like the perfect audience for this, and for a game made by a company called Sure. I'm not personally super into VTubers, but I don't have anything against them. I just don't. Yeah, I mean, like, even on to vlogs. It's one of those funny things where like I'm not actually subscribed to one, but I This is good practice for me. Yeah, so hello. Can't hear me. All right, how's it going, everyone? My name is Kel, also known as Red Zone Rogue, and welcome to the Red Riot Games Grand Archive Canadian Regionals. Today, I am joined by Cam from Lineage Break, and Cam, I'm not sure if you are listening to this, but
Hey,
how's
what's
it going,
going
man?
on, guys? It looks like we're off to the races here. We sort of just got jumped into round one. But I think it looks like we have. I'm not sure if they're updating in real time, but it looks like we have a Xander on the bottom and a Rye on the top, which is a sight for sore eyes. Seeing a lot of Lorraines in this meta, so I'm glad to see not
It's
those.
my boys. I 3 out of 4 of the Grand Archive decks that I currently play are Xander and or Rye. So great to see some um, representation here right off the bat. We do have Fire Rye and Xander. Was Xander also Fire? I don't remember at the start what element he was rocking at. I don't see any element cards
Yeah, so
so
it looks
far.
like we're playing Water Xander as he's
Ooh,
resolving a sink into
oh,
oblivion here. So
okay. This these are literally my two favorite decks. So this is a
perfect.
great way to kick it off. I'm a huge fan of Water Xander, and then Fire Rise, just a very fun combo deck. Um, this is it's a quite of an interesting matchup because Water Xander leans more to the controlling side of things, while Fire Rai is obviously kind of like this combo deck. So it's going to be a really interesting matchup to see kind of how this plays out. We don't have a clear aggressor here. Both decks really want to go into the late game, which is interesting for Grand Archive, at least in the current meta.
Right, yeah, it's great to see at least round one to see two of the non-aggro decks because aggro is so powerful in this Dawn of Ashes format. Where Xander here is obviously looking to reach the late game, get to his level 3 so he can start revealing Luxem cards. Whereas Rai is just trying to assemble his combo kill. But the fact that Xander is on water allows for some really interesting stuff. Like Water Barrier is going to be a huge card here because it sort of
Yes.
shuts off Rai's combo if he's not if he's trying to do it as quickly as possible and not waiting until he has extra resources.
Yeah, I mean, I even run Water Barrier in my Xander list, at least at a 2 web, so you gotta know that he's likely gonna be running it here. Um, One of the big benefits of Water Xander is that they run a ton of floating memory. So paying for your material deck cards is quite easy, and then also you can leverage the power of the 3-drop Water Paladin, which is just an absolutely insane card.
Yeah,
Um,
we've already seen him go through an Idle Thoughts here. He just played a Chilling Touch, which is going to give him another floating memory. So he's going to pretty easily hit level 3. It's just, it depends what we can do when we get there.
Yeah, it really all depends on how many Lexum cards are in his hand. Um, Difficult to see right now, but I there's at least, is that a Lightweaver's Assault at least
Yeah, I think I
in
see at
hand?
least a Light Weavers.
Lightweavers will end up being like a very nice finisher for Xander here. But that's that's a long ways coming, right?
Right.
Like it's we're not going to see that card in effect for a little while. Though we do see a level 3 Xander already, which is where you want to be here.
Yeah, looks like he's going to go down a little bit on hand size, but that's usually Xander's game plan is to, get to level 3 with probably like 4 or 5 cards and then try to build up from there. Thankfully, Rai isn't a deck that like really pressures at all. They're looking to kill you from 0 or not at all, so he can take his time here, but as soon as we get into this like turn 3, turn 4 range, you start to, have to worry a little bit about if, Rai's assemble all of his pieces.
Yeah. I do believe the unit on board on Xander's side that was just killed was a is it an Honorable Vanguard alternate art, I think, from the new collector packs or the supporter packs, I believe.
That
Um
makes more sense. I was trying to piece together what that one was because it sort of looked like the Arthur art to me, but obviously we can't do that. Yeah, that makes sense. We got the players, cracking out the bling. I know that at Red Riot they do have supporter pack available for their players, which is super cool. At all of these Grand Archive regionals.
yeah, there we had just a good old Grand Crusaders ring popping off, drawing an extra card. Just a great staple, like you said earlier. Xander just wants to draw a ton of cards, have a massive hand, so he can basically play something and then have light cards to reveal during the champion trigger.
Right.
And that's the real trick of this deck is you just need to keep playing stuff just so you have light cards in your memory or Luxem cards in your memory.
Yeah, it's such a hard balance to strike because, you know, the Luxem cards by themselves, you don't usually really want to like cast them. So they are usually just dead cards in your hand. So you have to find a sweet spot between cards that you want to cast and cards that you want to use to cast those other cards that you can then reveal on your next turn.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely like a delicate balance. Um, when you have to cast or play your like gleaming cut, you know
Right.
you're in a dire situation, right? Instead of just revealing it and drawing a bunch of cards.
Right.
On the Rye side, we do have a nice little spell book into the advanced element spell book, which will take the powers of the other one, which does give Rye a +1 level. You can also banish it to draw a card, but I imagine he's not going to be doing that
Right.
anytime soon.
Yeah, Tome of Sacred Lightning is so huge. It's not something that Rye players typically get to do, just because the getting out the Tome of Knowledge in the first place is like kind of a tall ask, especially since, like we said earlier, it's a very aggro heavy game. But in these slower matchups, they can take their time, and Tome of Sacred Lightning gives them so much extra control over their hand. It looks like he's just trying to sculpt, you know, the literal perfect hand, since he's not under a whole lot of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, this is a really, really interesting matchup. I imagine that this game is going to go on for a little while, but you really never know with Rye. He could just kind of pop off out of nowhere and win the game in a couple turns.
Right.
Tome of Sacred Lightning, Cam mentioned, was gonna give him some advantage over time. Like it allows him to banish a card at random from his memory and then get a draw card, which is great. So it kind of fuels Rise hero or champion ability to gain levels from arcane cards and banishment, and then also draw some cards. So yeah, this is a good position for Riot. If I'm the Riot play, I gotta feel like a little happy here at least, right?
Yeah, I think that you're probably pretty pleased to see this matchup. They do have like a little bit more counterplay, like we mentioned with Water Barrier, than other decks do, but not being under pressure is just so huge for this combo deck that just wants to assemble this like 10 card hand. And you know, if you can probably get to a point if Xander's not pressuring you enough where you can set up your hand to play around 1, 2 Water Barriers. You know.
Yeah, and for those of you who don't know, Water Barrier is just a fast action that says the next time damage will be dealt to your champion this turn, prevent all but one of it.
Right.
So when Raya is tossing out 11 damage cards, preventing all but one of 11 damage is pretty good. Um, but, you know, Xander's going to be pretty limited on those. Like, we don't know how many he's running in his deck, if any at all. Like I said, I personally run 2 in my water Xander deck, but he's got to have it, right?
Yeah,
And
I think that's pretty common. And th-
yeah,
it's telling that he also hasn't materialized like a safeguard amulet, which is something that'll also often come into these Rye matchups. But that's something that a lot of people put in their sideboards, and since we haven't seen it yet, we probably assume it's there.
yeah, I would I would think so, but um, perhaps Xander is just being more proactive. Like we did see Grand Crusader's Ring. We'll have to wait and see what he materializes next. But
Right.
well, I mean, for his deck, hopefully he's running it in the deck.
Right. Yeah, this is you know, the game is fairly small since we're playing with just the first set. So you do sort of need to hopefully prepare for everybody. Lorraine is super popular, so she's usually where people's main decks are dedicated to, and then decks like Rye usually gets the sideboard slots.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. And then poor Sylvie. Well, maybe come Fractured Crown, we can see some sideboard tech versus Sylvie, but I imagine most players aren't going to be teching against Sylvie, at least for this event.
Yeah, I
Um,
think she looks great in FTC. I was actually super excited when they were putting up the player names. One of them was listed as Sylvie Earthstune, and I was hyped, and then it turns out to not be true.
oh, oh. Um, all right. So we have Rye doing a bunch of Rye stuff. We do have an Arcane Blast here coming down for 11 points of damage, followed immediately by a Fireball, taking Xander up to 24.
Yeah, and it looks like now we're casting a reckless conversion. He's going to get all of these cards aside from 4 getting banished at random back into his hand, and he surely has to have at least something that deals 1 damage here.
Yeah, yeah. Xander's max health is 25, so any point of damage will be lethal here.
An Arcane
He,
Blast did get banished, so maybe that was what he was hoping for.
yeah. Oh
He's,
well, here
he's
we have.
digging.
Yeah. And this is what Rye does. Yep.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, the creative shock. Or get over the line, discarding a fire card to deal 2 damage to Xander there.
Yeah, I mean, that's the power of Arcane Rye, you know, without any pressure on himself, he could just sculpt the perfect hand and then just pop off. The game ended in a single turn between, Arcane Blast, Fireball, and then just digging for that last piece of damage. And yeah, this matchup is really going to hinge on the amount of damage prevention that Water Xander can get, and being able to possibly come back from a really big turn if Rye is unable to seal the deal. There's a lot of healing. Like Xander can heal quite a bit, but not if he dies in one turn, right?
Right. Yeah, that 24 was not necessarily a death knell for Xander, because if he got to go back to his turn, there's like a real chance that he was healing for 9, maybe plays something like Revitalizing Cleanse and reveals those cards again. So Rye does really have to do it all in one shot, 0 to 25. He can't really, rely on chip damage. Yeah, like you said, I think it just really depends on the depth of prevention effects like Water Barrier, Safeguard Amulet that Xander has access to. And also, it depends on his build of the deck, but really, what every deck wants to do against Rye is sort of pivot as much as they can into the aggressor. So hopefully Xander can find stuff like Frostworn Paladin and honorable vanguards to just sort of, put some amount of clock on the Rye player.
Yeah, the Frostborn Paladins are insanely good.
Which is huge.
Yeah, it'll put a lot of pressure. If he's able to banish a floating memory to the 3/4 for 3, that also like replaces itself. It's a great card.
Yeah, I think it might be the best ally in Dawn of Ashes.
Yes, I don't think I would not argue with that at all. That it's one of my favorite. Like I said, Water Xander is like one of my favorite decks, and so like just being able to drop a Frostborn Paladin is huge. And we looks like we've lost the screen for just a second. We'll get that back momentarily. But until then,
We can
I would
just
like to
imagine Xander's casting Idle Thoughts, looking at the top 4 cards of this
right.
deck.
Yeah, yeah. Just kind of spinning the wheels, doing stuff. Maybe playing Library Witch, which it was
Sure.
interesting. Like that is running Library Witch. That is a card that has initially saw a ton of play, but I ended up cutting it for more, I don't know, maybe I'd call it proactive stuff. So it's interesting to see uh Library Witch kind of make it back into Rye lists here, because I think personally I only run the only unit that I run in mine is Dungeon Guide.
Sure. Yeah, I think I'm on the same when I'm playing Fire. I think I'm only on Dungeon Guides. Library Witch is sort of a concession to the like Fire aggro decks if they're running all around and they're trying to cast something like Rending Flames that if it hits usually does somewhere between 6 and 12 damage. Just having a body in the way is great for that, but she is sort of
Yeah.
a liability to against decks like Lorraine, who gets to draw a card when she kills allies at level 2. So
Yeah,
an
and
interesting choice.
yeah, speaking of like the Fire Lorraine, I was thinking about why Xander didn't drop a Safeguard Amulet, and it could be just because it was in his sideboard. Because I know for example, my Water my Water Xander actually runs Safeguard Amulet in the sideboard, and then I run Lantern main board because I expect to come across, um, the Rending Flames, Erupting Rhapsody shenanigans more.
Right.
Um, so I mean, this could be a game where we see Safeguard Amulet come into play a little bit earlier. Um,
Yeah, hopefully. I think that I'm usually on the same, nullifying lantern in the main deck, and then safeguard amulet in the sideboard, and of course Kel and I are deck building savants, so you can take our word for it.
yeah. Clearly. Hey, we have like my two favorite decks round one here,
It's
so
true.
that's yeah, it's great representation.
Yeah, I
So
think
like
this is actually the like the biggest regional that we've seen so far for this season. According to our producer, we have 118 players in the room, which is huge for Grand Archive.
yeah, 118 registered players, which is an awesome first showing, basically. I mean, the Grand Archive regionals are the first actual, major sanctioned Grand Archive events, and so seeing this kind of turnout right off the bat is really encouraging and really really cool to see. We all know that the Ascent sold out within minutes,
Yes,
but
sir.
it's great to see these other events that aren't quite as high profile and doesn't have as much like cool swag as the Ascent. Though there are some very very cool things up for stakes here. You do have invite and also the very very cool card that comes with that invite.
Yeah, I'm so unbelievably jealous that, of course, we're gonna have store championships around the world, but the regionals are pretty few and far between. There's only 5 of them, and you do get a different invitational card if you get one regionals. I believe this event is going to be the top 8 players get an Orb of Regret alternate art invitational card, which is so cool.
Yeah, I've seen some pictures of them. They look really, really good. As expected from anything from Grand Archive, there is that level of quality. And yeah, quality's great. They come in these cool little boxes too. Um, and I do believe that you trade them in. When you basically when you cash in your invite, you trade them in and you get another version of the card. I do believe that's
Yeah,
kind of how it
it's
works.
so cool. Yeah, you get like the one that the players are going to receive today. I believe is foil and it's full art and it has the alternate art on it. But when you take that card to your nationals, in this case it'll be North American nationals, you trade it in and they give you a CSR version of that card, which we assume will have the artist signature and stuff that we are familiar with from those CSRs. Super
Yeah,
cool.
and what I really like about this is those cards are tradable too, like just like any other card. So people can trade the cards and thereby also trade the invites, which is a very like unique way of doing it instead of having to do some weird like transfer of um, numbers between accounts or whatever like some other games do. You literally just trade the card, and if you have the card, you can turn in the card to participate, which is super cool.
Yeah, I think it's
Um,
fantastic that they get this sort of like memento for their invite, but also for, if there's grinders out there for Grand Archive that are traveling all over to all these regionals, they get, at least some sort of benefit for having these multiple invite cards. They can either, trade it or give to a friend or something. I think is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's like what some other card games do when you get like a card as a reward. If you don't need it, then it's extra cash prizing more or less, right? You sell
Right.
the card, and then you can go from there, which is great. And also, you got to know that those are going to be really really nice collector pieces in the future, especially if a lot of them get cashed in, right? There's not going to be very many of them floating around, which is cool.
Yes, especially these regional cards. They're just doing them for these 5 regionals, and I assume most of those will be the top 8 players, and then they'll be doing them for Ascent as well. But even that is what, like 30, 40 cards?
Yeah, not a whole lot, not a
Yeah.
whole lot. And just give us another moment while we get the game board back up here. Very interesting to see how the game has progressed. It looks like we did have possibly a judge call halfway through, but you know, all we can do now is speculate.
Yeah, hopefully the judge call means we didn't miss too much of the action. Maybe they paused the game for a few minutes.
Yeah, and I if we come back and we see Xander just has a bunch of like dudes on the field, then I would say like Xander. Well, he doesn't. Okay,
Okay,
well,
well,
there's that. That's a seer, I believe, on the board, or a
it's
tide
a
diviner.
tide
I'm sorry.
diviner. Yeah.
Yeah, which is just a 1/1. Great
Yeah,
on
that
enter effect, but just a 1/1. Followed into the same tide diviner. Well, not actually the same, of course, but another tide diviner.
it looks like Rye's
Uh,
taking 3 damage, so this tide diviner is going to work. She's
yeah,
getting across the
right.
line. She's only got to do 19. Well, he's at level 2. She's only got to do 22. It's not so bad.
Just just 22. Hey, well, she now has a friend. She
Right,
now has
doubled
a
the
friend.
clock.
Yeah. Um, I mean, Water Center does run a decent number of allies on, we talked about the Frostborn Paladin with the Tide Diviner. I personally also like to run Nia, Snow
Sure.
Fairy, Dungeon Guide, Kingdom Informant, Intrepid Highwayman. So like there's a good number of um dupes that he can play to push some pressure. Oh, hey, look, Dungeon Guide.
That's not a good sign for one of our two players.
Yeah, yeah. Though it looks like we whiffed a little bit on the banishes. I don't see any arcane cards, which is important to note. Because going up to level 3 for Rye means that Arcane is online, and also he's going to get +1 level for every Arcane Element Mage card in his banishment.
Yeah, it looks
Um,
like he hasn't pulled any aside here, so I'm not sure how many he has. But it looks like we're going to go ahead and cast an Arcane Disposition. Very powerful card. Allows you to draw 3 cards, but it says at the end of your turn you have to discard your hand. So he's sort of priced into either trying to go for the kill this turn or making sure that he uses all of his cards as efficiently as possible.
yeah, Arcane Disposition is just an absolutely fantastic card. And you can see the cards in his memory, right? Already has a decent little chunk. Plus all the cards in his hand. Like he's got a lot of cards to work with.
Yeah, he's
Um,
looking for that tried and true combo of casting a bunch of arcane dispositions, putting 12, 15 cards in your memory, and then casting the favorite reckless conversion that allows you to pick up most of those and sort of give you a second turn because you get almost all of your cards back.
yeah, Reckless Conversion is a nutty card. Let's put it that way. It's a pretty crazy card. It looks like he doesn't have it, so he opted for the just play your whole hand strategy and set up for a further turn.
Oddly
Here
enough,
we ooh,
he
Safeguard
I
Amulet.
think he discarded a reckless conversion to the end step trigger. Is what it looks like. Is that the top card of his graveyard there?
Um, I let me take a look. I'm going to. It actually does kind of look like a Reckless Conversion.
Yeah, I'm not sure if
Hmm.
maybe he just wasn't ready. He wanted to set up a little bit more, but that does seem a little crazy to me. We'll see what he's cooking up.
I mean, Reckless Conversion does make you banish 4 cards from your memory, so maybe the cards in his memory are just so good that he doesn't want to risk banishing any of them.
Yeah, that's true. And like we said in the last game, he's under so little pressure that yeah, maybe he just is, says I can afford to wait another turn. I'll find another one, or maybe he has another one in his memory already.
Yeah, that could definitely be the case here. And as I mentioned, we do see a Safeguard Amulet from Xander, which you got to know he's like, I need this
Right.
because Rise just kind of popping off. That will prevent 4 non-attack damage, but I've seen Rise be able to push upwards of 30 plus damage in a turn. So we'll see how relevant that Safeguard Amulet is going to be, especially since Rye has almost no pressure, right? On Xander's board, we do see what I think is an alternate art Honorable Vanguard,
Right.
um, and nothing else.
So looks like we're going for an arcane blast here. I'm not sure what level we are, what that's costing, but maybe he's baiting out the safeguard here. But it looks like Xander's just saying, "Okay, I'll take it."
Yep, he's going for it, coming in with the fireball here. So the fireball will really dictate what level he is, right? Like how much damage he's going
Right.
to take here. It is level +1. Um, let's see how much damage he's going to take.
Yeah, I
I
assume
think
Xander just thinking about cracking his safeguard. Yeah, there he goes.
Yeah, I mean, might as well. Kind of like a now or never situation, and then there's a second
Yeah.
fireball. Yeah, that's remember how I said 30 damage? Well, there you go. There you go. Doesn't really matter if you're pumping out like 33 points of damage in a single turn.
Yeah, it,
Um,
it, it puts you in such a tough position where you can activate Safeguard Amulet at fast speed, but since Fireball is also fast speed, they can just sort of wait for you to crack it and then in response cast another Fireball so that they don't have to worry about the prevention effects. It's just so tough in that situation to without multiple levels of protection to get through these big Rye turns.
yeah, and like with no pressure from Xander, unfortunately, Rye could just kind of sit back and almost play solitaire, right? He's just like, I just need to assemble the perfect hand, and then I have so many ways to do so. All of these card draw, all these filter effects, and yeah. I do want to give a huge props to I believe his name is Nevin playing Water Xander. Um, like I said, it's my favorite deck right now. It's gonna get a lot better with Fractured Crown. Just believe,
Oh,
trust
I
in the
think so,
water,
yeah.
and valiant effort against a very, very scary deck. Water
Yeah,
Xander.
it's definitely not the deck that Water Xander was hoping to see round one. He's sort of teched out to beat these mid-range Lorraine decks, these faster fire aggro decks. But anything that goes to the late game and is just a little bit better at it than he is not something that he's super thrilled about. I'm sure.
Yeah, especially because Water Xander's like more of a grindy finish, right? You just want to grind out that advantage over time with all the reveals and just kind of maybe get there on a big old Lightweaver turn. But Rye's just quicker. He's just like, hey, I have these cards. Here's 30 damage. Like what you got? So yeah, a little bit of an unfortunate matchup for Xander there, but cool to see it so far. I do imagine we'll see a lot of Lorraines today, but yeah, great kind of first showing for some off meta decks. Well, but the Xander at least for sure.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, since the game is so small, we only have the first set that we're playing with. We have Fractured Crown right around the corner. It's just a couple of weeks away. But right now, obviously, since the game is so small, we're going to see a lot of the same decks. There's going to be a lot of Lorraines that show up. So yeah, it is really cool to see people that are playing. Water Xander is not a bad deck by any stretch of the imagination, but it's good to see not these two top dogs. I think the most that we're going to see is like Wind Lorraine and Fire Rye are definitely the two most popular decks.
Yeah, I imagine we'll see a good amount of Fire Lorraine as well. A little bit of spicy information that I heard from a friend from the New Zealand regionals is that someone was rocking a Fire Xander that was like crushing the field. I think he was like 4-0.
Love that, yeah.
He didn't end up converting, didn't win the event, but that is a deck that I have personally been tooling around with. Like I said, I own and play 4 decks for this game, 2 of which are Xander decks, 1 water, 1 fire. So love to see Xander's pulling out some wins and being represented just a little bit at least.
Well, surely you have to play Fire Xander since it has your collaboration card in it, right? That's just hand in hand.
It's a real struggle. It's a real struggle.
So it looks like we're just going to take a short break. It's a pretty quick match between those first two players. We'll get to round 2. We're doing 7 rounds of Swiss today, followed by a couple of
we'll be back with Grand Archive.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Red Riot Games Grand Archive Regionals. My name is Cam from the Lineage Break podcast, and I am joined in the booth by the legendary Red Zone Rogue.
I don't know about legendary, but hey, how's it going? I'm glad to be here for some what, 6 more rounds of Grand Archive followed by Top Cut.
Sorry, guys. We just have to. I'll be right back.
Okay.
The camera died. Give me a sec.
Okay. All right, folks. Looks like we are back. A few technical difficulties aside. We have our second round of Swiss from the Red Rat Games Grand Archive Regionals. Looks like we have another. Is that a water spirit at the bottom there?
It's hard to tell, honestly. I think it is, but I can't tell who the champion is next to it.
Yeah,
Or the card next to it.
right. Yeah, I think that might be an ally. It's all of these players are playing. They're Bling from Supporter Pack 1, and we gotta get familiarized with what all the alternate arts look like. Um, but yeah, it looks like we have water on the bottom and fire on the top. It seems like water went first. They deployed this card that we can't see, and then we have the fire player that's played an Idle Thoughts and a Creative Shock. Looks like.
If this is another Water Xander Fire Rye matchup, that's gonna be nuts. That means the Canadian meta is like out of control. It's like just out of control.
Yeah, it's
Oh
like
man.
one of the things about the game being so small is that all of the the like metas of the game are like super localized. So yeah, maybe everybody in Canada plays Water Xander.
Good taste. They've got good taste. Um, is that an honorable vanguard on?
That is an honorable vanguard. Yeah.
Okay. So we could be looking at a Lorraine. I mean, they are rocking the Lorraine sleeves for fire, so this could be a fire Lorraine.
Sure.
Looking at this, let's
Wow,
see.
what is going on here? We have a fire resonance bauble coming out on turn one here, just in their main deck. They're really expecting fire decks this weekend, and it looks like
And
they're deploying a Gildus here. Is that what I'm seeing?
yeah, I'm pretty sure that is a Gildus. I think the Gildus is it's not gonna get the pump, right? Because or maybe they do get the pump. Is it three
It
and
looks
three?
like they have balance. Yeah, I think they're three in memory, three in hand. So they're coming in across for four with this Gildus. I want to know what this deck is.
I like it. You're running Gildus already, and you got the balance. Instead of leveling up into their champion, they just toss out a bauble.
Yeah.
Very, very interesting. So we do have Lorraine. So confirmed, we do have a Lorraine on the far side here, Fire Lorraine. So this is a deck that we did expect to see a good amount today. Very, very powerful deck that can pivot from sort of an aggro strategy into almost like a combo with this massive, like just almost like a one-turn kill kind of mentality.
Yeah,
Um,
these cards like Rending Flames that double the damage when they hit. So if you attack with a sword, that becomes an attack for 6 that doubles to 12. Stuff like Devastating Blow, which is a single
yep.
card attack for 7.
Yeah. So yep. So far, yeah, we do have Lorraine. I mean, and if you don't know that weapon that's on the board right there, that's just a Sword of Seeking. It's a 1/2 that has a True Sight. So if our water player on the bottom is running Xander, the True Sight could come into play. We have yet to see though what our bottom player is playing. It's kind of difficult to see while they're flipping through their deck or through their material deck.
And it looks like they're leveling up, but there's a bit of a
Oh,
glare. Okay, so it looks like a
Lorraine.
Lorraine's. We're getting a Sword of Seeking. Okay, so we have Water Lorraine on the bottom versus Fire Lorraine on the top. Water
Oh,
Lorraine is a
interesting.
deck that hasn't been around for a while. It was like pretty prevalent in the early days in the Discord tournaments, but people have sort of moved away from that and sided for the more consistent fire and wind decks. But I'm super happy to see Water Lorraine making an appearance.
Yeah, once again, not one of the decks that I was expecting to see, and that makes this tournament very interesting. Honestly, Water Xander into Water Lorraine. We have a lot of water representation, like right off the bat. No wind decks so far, which is also somewhat surprising. Though I expect to see that as the day progresses. So in your evaluation, I'm not actually too familiar with Water Lorraine. How does it function, especially compared to like a Water Xander deck? Do you know?
Yeah, so typically, Water Lorraine, since water itself is sort of a slow element and gets a lot of its power in the late game, Water Lorraine typically has been sort of a slower, more controlling deck, akin to Xander, but instead of finishing the game with your big, like, Luxem finish like Xander does, Lorraine will usually look to play cards like Spirit Blade and Soul to push a whole bunch of damage at once.
Gotcha.
In Soul usually is for 13, 15 damage, somewhere in that range, depending on what swords you brought in your material deck.
Yeah, interesting. So basically, instead of going for like a big, Luxem kill, they're gonna opt for a big Crux kill. That does make a lot of sense here. Um, I can see why people would be attracted to this kind of deck, right? So you do have that that controlling factor that Water Xander has, uh, but kind of just like a different finisher here.
Yeah, and you
Um,
do get some of those like water cards that help you in matchups, especially like this Fire Lorraine deck who's looking to do so much front-loaded damage. Some of the more defensive water cards like Revitalizing Cleanse and again like Water Barrier that we mentioned last round really help in stemming the bleeding so that you can get to your late game.
hmm. um, Just give us 1 second, everyone. We will be getting the screen back momentarily. The camera is the toughest battle today that
Yeah.
that we need to overcome. But
Producing streams like this is definitely hard work, and so of course we appreciate all the work that the folks at Red Riot Games are doing to put on the show for us. But technical difficulties are due to arise. There's really no avoiding it.
I don't think I've ever done a coverage stream that didn't have some form of technical difficulties. Let's
Right.
put it that way. Like every time there's always something. There's always something. This time
It's
it's just
always
this main
when you
camera.
don't need it to work, it works fine, and when you do, everything falls apart.
Of course, yeah. It's like that thing where you're setting up like 3 days in advance, perfect. Every single day you test it. Final day, go, refuses to work.
Right.
Just what happens. Um, so in this matchup, we have fire versus water, more of a aggro-ish bent versus a control bent. Who do you think is the favored here, given how the decks function and their top ends?
I think Water Lorraine always has had the benefit that she's very consistent, but she sacrifices speed for that consistency. So I think it's really the onus is on the Fire Lorraine player to find their power cards, right? Stuff like Rending Flames to really push that damage before Water can get set up. So I think if we see a fairly aggressive draw from the Fire player, they can close it out. I assume that probably gets a little bit harder post sideboard if the water player is bringing in a little bit more defensive tools. But I would say the fire player is probably in the driver's seat, and it's their sort of game to if they can't control it, the water player will take over.
Yeah, and I was just thinking while you were talking about that, the fire deck does have more of a, I don't want to call it a hard counter, but more of a very strong counter if the water player is running nullifying lantern, right? Lantern can put a dampen, pun definitely intended, on on the fire deck.
For
Uh,
sure, yeah. Nullifying Lantern turns off Rending Flames, which is your easiest access power card in these Lorraine decks. So that certainly, they still have cards like Devastating Blow that are a one card 7, but those only turn on once you hit level 3. So that would give even more time to our water player to sort of set up. So hopefully they have that. They're packing that Nullifying Lantern in their main deck. But it looks like we see a Spurn to Ash in the graveyard of the fire player over there, so it looks like they're prepared to deal with any shenanigans.
Interesting. Yeah, it also looks like at least champion level wise, we haven't advanced all that much. Water Lorraine is still level 1 here. They might be leveraging their material turns on materializing other things. We saw them use that on the resonance bubble earlier.
Yeah, since they're such a efficient deck that wants to get all of the value out of their cards, they're not really looking to end the game fast. They're really going to try to use their materialize step to always get card advantage. So I don't think that they're going to look to push to level 2 if it's going to cost them resources. They're going to look to only level up when they have the floating memory, and otherwise get these things like Fire Bauble, Grand Crusader's Ring to sort of just generate card advantage.
Speaking of leveling, here we have a big turn from Fire Lorraine. We go level 2 immediately into Dungeon Guide. Gonna go straight to level 3, 1 to 3 in, a single turn. This is a pretty big turn for Fire, leveraging a lot of cards from their material or from their memory here.
Yeah, this might be the first time that we see the true Dawn of Ashes boogeyman of Spirit Blade Ascension if they're packing that package in Fire Lorraine, which usually they are. So we might we're gonna see them get their drawn blade back with their Spirit Ruler trigger, which is gonna allow them to draw a card, and we might see a lot more cards drawn this turn as well.
Yes, yes, we do still have that level 2 Lorraine effect in effect. And in case you didn't know, if you're not familiar with it, she does gain for this turn. Her attacks get +2 and on kill draw card, which is pretty good. We
Yep.
do have 2 allies that she could potentially kill and draw cards from. Um,
Yeah, so a flame sweep here would be huge. And again, now we have Crux unlocked, and it looks like I see a Crux site in their hand. I'm not sure if they have the aforementioned Spirit Blade Ascension, which would be really, really good here. But it looks like
there's
they're just, they've got plenty of options. They're thinking about what they want to do here.
there's definitely a Rending Flames in their hand for sure.
Yeah.
Um, So here we have an attack. They're going to use their sword to just kind of clear up ally there, drawing a card. Not too bad. Keep in mind that Lorraine's attacks, once again, do get +2 for the entire turn. But in Grand Archive, you can't just punch an enemy. You need to have a weapon to attack with, or you need to have an attack card to play to attack with.
Yeah, and that shows, we didn't, we chose to take the more conservative line here and just deal with the ally, draw a card. But that shows you the power that a card like Rending Flames can have, as Kel said, that they're holding in their hand here. If they decided to just play a Rending Flames going at their opponent, they would get that Lorraine buff, and then all of that damage would be doubled, and they'd be coming across for at least 12.
Yeah.
But we're being a little conservative, trying to, slow the game down. They understand that their water opponent is also, not looking to kill them next turn, so they don't have to, make any rash decisions.
So here we have, I can't remember the name of this card, but it's just going to put a durability counter on one of their weapons. It also has floating memory.
Steel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just kind of setting up for future turns. That was just a nice little setup turn for Phi Lorraine there.
So it looks like we're going to level 2 as well on the side of water, and they do also have an honorable vanguard on the board to deal with, so they can also get that card draw if they want it.
Yeah, and is the ally underneath Lorraine, is that the water?
Yeah, I think that looks like a Tide Diviner.
Tide Diviner. I keep calling it a seer. Tide Diviner, yes.
And then we have another Gildas. I'm just so thrilled to see Gildas seeing play, because she's she's not been the most popular card these days, but
oh, I love
super
Gildas.
Powerful when you can come across for 4, right? Like a body that attacks for 4 is super unheard of in Grand Archive.
Yeah, like Gildas is great. Only costing 3 to play too. It's just kind of like balancing her balance effect, having the same cards in hand and memory, but 4 is not nothing, and it looks like they've been consistently be able, to balance that.
Yeah, nothing to sneeze at. Yeah, balance that. All puns intended, for sure.
Yep. Well, we also have a Banner Knight as well, which is going to pump the squad, which is fantastic. Definitely one of the reasons why you want to get to level 2, so you can actually get, use out of the Banner Knight effect.
Yeah, such an absurdly powerful card Banner Knight is. There's only, in the game currently, there's only 2 lords, as we'll call them, things that pump your whole team, and they're both warrior cards, and Banner Knight is just the most efficient by far.
Yep. Unfortunately, we'll not be seeing the other one because the other one is wind, but I imagine we'll see our buddy Phalanx Captain later today.
For sure. Yeah, we're gonna say that every round, and then we're just gonna have water decks in the feature match the whole day.
Hey, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yeah.
The breakout element of the first regionals is water. It would be quite the story. So it looks like we had a blade of. This is Prismatic Blade coming in.
Yeah, Prismatic Edge is coming in, and what that does is when it enters the play, both you and your opponent reveal your memory, and then for each element that is revealed either by you or your opponent, you get an extra effect. So that is actually one of the problems that Water Lorraine had recently in the meta, is that it makes Prismatic Edge on the side of your opponent much better, because the trigger for revealing a water card is to draw a card. So they're going to get to reveal a fire card, deal 3 damage wherever they want, and also, since their opponent's playing water, they're going to get to draw a card, which is huge.
Yeah, and important to note, it is just if the element was revealed, not for each element. So you just get one effect, but still dealing 3 damage, drawing a card, and then also getting a 3/1 weapon is not bad. And we already know that they're still rocking that Rending Flames, so a 3/1 weapon plus Rending Flames. Well, speaking of the devil, here we go, Rending Flames. Yeah, this is one of my favorite cards in the game, just because it is so explosive. Can push a ton of damage. Looks like they're just going to use it to kill Gildas, though. They're not actually going to push face damage.
Yeah, love to see the conservative plays by these players here. I'm not sure, maybe they didn't have the fire cards to banish, but either way, yeah, they're just going to use that to take care of the threat, and then they have a Spirit Blessing, which allows them to bounce a material card to wake up their champion, so they're going to maybe look to get another attack in here.
Yeah, like, Crux Lorraine can attack many times, and it looks like they're just going to use all of these attacks to just clean up the board. Um, and once again, just set up for another turn. Like I like what you said here. Like they are playing a little bit more conservatively. They are, taking their time, cleaning up the board. They're not getting too greedy, not going all in on face. And they're looking to play the long game against a water control deck, which is interesting. But they're doing a great job of cleaning the board so far.
Yeah, I think it's really important, in these Lorraine matchups. One of the strongest aspects of both of her level threes is that they have 28 health, which is a huge,
Yes.
huge. What's going on here? What did we miss? We don't have life totals updated, so maybe it was a little bit farther along than we thought.
Yeah,
I think we saw our water player play a sudden steal. Is that the card that they resolved there?
interesting. Yeah, we didn't maybe that's why Fire Lorraine was so keen on clearing the board. Maybe their
Sure.
life was so low that they really had to. Because we did have that period of time where the camera was, down for a little bit. So we didn't really see the entire match.
Right.
The water deck could have been the big aggressor here, and it looks like that was the case.
Yeah, it looks like they cast a sudden steal, which is just an attack for 5. I think it costs 6. I think it's a 6 cost attack for 5.
Yeah, I think it has efficiency.
Sure.
Um, and it is attack for 5, yeah, for sure. So like, yeah, just cleared the game with it, which is interesting. Like I love seeing these kind of off meta decks like this.
Right.
And 5 damage is nothing to sneeze at. We talk about the Rending Flames, doing double damage, but hey, just a raw 5 is like
Right.
not too bad either, right?
Yeah, it's great to
Um,
see. This is, like we've mentioned a couple of times today, this is our first big in paper tournament. And it's great to see decks that we're not expecting, right? Because the game is so small, and so a lot of the decks that people have popularized come from like the Grand Archive Discord community, which is fantastic. But it's great to see people sort of reinventing the wheel.
yeah, I mean, for sure. As Grand Archive grows, as more people start playing the game, you're gonna see. I imagine what we're gonna see is some of the decks that are popular and considered to be meta stick around, but I also imagine that there are a lot of like unsolved things out there, especially now that Fractured Crown is just around the corner, and we're
For
gonna
sure.
see a lot more fine-tuned decks and maybe some innovation out there. Um, and yeah, that's just all part of the game getting bigger, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, have you gotten a chance to try out any of the Fractured Crown stuff? I know that we've had the list for a week or two now.
I haven't proxied or played any of it yet, but I have theory crafted quite a bit. I did like a full hour and a half full set review,
Sure.
and I gotta say, we're seeing water today, and I really love the water cards in Fractured Crown. Um, Water Xander's already my favorite deck to play, and I think it's just going to get like quite a bit better. There's
Right.
a lot of nasty stuff coming for water.
Yeah.
You got like what basically are like counter spells and just a ton of really good control cards. And then if you're running Xander and activate that Luxem, you have some pretty great mid to late game closers. So yeah, I think it's gonna be great. And also, like, we haven't seen her yet today, and we may yet see some Sylvies, but I do think Tamer is getting a pretty nice buff with Fractured Crown, and I would very much like to see Sylvie, at perform well, because I know there's a lot of big Sylvie fans out there.
Yeah, I think even though we've had Dawn of Ashes available to us for a few months now, it really is since it's such a small and growing game. I do truly believe that there is like unsolved decks out there, even in this format. So it would be great to see some Sylvie players represent, and hopefully do well. She definitely has, I think, the most uphill battle. I think that's not controversial to say in this this first set, but. I do think Fracture Crown is a huge buff for the Tamer class as a whole.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of stuff, and I can tell some of it's going to be quite strong, especially just giving your big animals and beasts the new keyword taunt,
Taunt
and
is
then
so crazy.
pumping their health. There's like so many ways to do that now,
Mm,
and some of these aggro decks, these low to the ground, go wide aggro decks where you have a lot of smaller allies. And to be honest, there's not a lot of big allies just in general in Grand Archive. These big, chonky taunts are gonna be an issue, I think, for a lot of
Right.
people, for a lot of
Yeah,
decks.
I mean, like we said in the last game, Gildas attacking for 4 is something that's like pretty unheard of. So, being able to have such big bodies on the board is really going to be, I think, beneficial for Tamer. But hopefully, those big bodies are beneficial for our water player in this match as well, if they can resolve a couple more of those Gildases.
Yeah, like one of the reasons why I like water so much, and this is one of we talked about this in the first round, is the the allies you have access to are very, very powerful. We've seen the Tide Diviner already. We haven't seen too much of the Paladin, but I'm a huge, huge fan of the Paladin. Um, and then you have all of that leverage with just the raw amount of floating memory that you can have in a water deck, and things just kind of like flow very nicely, right?
Yeah, and this is a great start for water. They love to see an idle thoughts on turn 1 sort of set up their draws, and we do know that our water player, I believe, is playing Sink into Oblivion. I think we saw that last game, and so they can sort of set up the top of their deck and decide where the floating memory is, so that they can get set up to go to level 1 and then 2.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, floating memory is such a big deal in Grand Archive, so you always have to kind of pay attention to the amount of floating memory that your opponent has, how many cards they can leverage floating memory, so they don't have to waste cards or use cards from their hand. Um, Here we have an immediate just tossing down the Grand Crusader's Ring from the fire side, drawing an extra card, increasing their options. Um, Looks like they're going to be following that up with that is just a 2 attack to the face that also has floating memory.
Yeah, floating memory is so powerful that it makes cards like that. Obviously, Savage Slash and attack for 2 is like pretty strong, reasonable removal in Grand Archive. But the fact that that card has floating memory is just so insane.
Yeah, I think it's like what makes the card like very, very strong.
Right.
Uh, as an assassin player, I wish we had something similar to that, right? Um, so we do have a level 1 Lorraine into the Sword of Seeking into some more allies here.
Yeah, it looks like
Um,
Gilda's coming in again. I think we are balanced, so she's coming in for 4, just getting so much value out of this Gildas.
And then the other ally is I do believe, I can't remember the name of this card, but it is a warrior class bonus water ally, and I do believe the class bonus is floating memory, if I remember correctly.
That is correct. I am searching the index as we speak because I also can't remember the name of this card. It is Seafaring Mercenary. Yeah, she's a 1/4. She has floating memory in Warrior.
1/4 is like kind of annoying, right? Like
Yeah.
it's not easy to kill. Um like doing 4 damage is a big deal, and then do you want to direct that 4 damage to a 1/4? I don't know. Um Here we have just another kind of very standard Lorraine level up to 1, get your Sword of Seeking. The reason you get Sword of Seeking is it's just a 1/2, right? It has 2 durability, so it's just a very efficient sword. Even if you don't make use of the True Sight, you can still get a lot of value out of this.
Yeah, for free,
Um,
just getting 2 attacks for 1 is huge. And we're going to see our Fire Lorraine player develop a Hasty Messenger here, which is also
oh,
not
love it.
exactly card advantage, but it is card filtering. It allows them to, on attack, discard a card to then draw a card. So they're going to fix their hand a little bit, get rid of cards they don't need.
Ooh, get rid of a Rending Flames. What I really like so much about the Hasty Messenger is you can end up discarding cards with floating memory, right? And get just a lot of value out of that.
Right. Yeah, you see that happen so often with like Tempered Steel, which is a card we saw last game that is like pretty innocuous, but the fact that cards like Hasty Messenger can discard it. Oh wow, so it looks like we went for a devastating blow, not at level 3, so just an attack for 3 to kill Gildas, and there was a Song of Nurturing played by our water player that gives all of your allies +2 health.
Ooh,
Looks like they're
that's
ready. They're
pretty
ready for the Lorraine matchup.
pretty clutch. I mean, like, I feel like a lot of people are entering this tournament with the impression that they're going to be playing against a lot of like wind and fire Lorraine.
Right.
Um, we see here our water Lorraine player just like really, really, prepared with that fire resonance bauble. Like, we saw it first round or first game, so it is a main deck card for them. or
Yeah, it looks like they
pre-sideboard
walked
cards.
into this tournament and they saw, a couple dozen Fire Lorraine players and they're like, all right, we're gonna, put a Fire Resonance Bauble in our deck. We're gonna play some Song of Nurturings to, get around the very powerful cleave effects once Lorraine hits level 2.
Yeah, this reminds me of the old like TCG adage. It's like you either play the top meta deck or you play the deck that kills the top meta deck, right?
Right,
And this feels like they're really teching against all of the meta decks here, especially the fire shenanigans.
you're right. Yeah, it's super super cool to see people trying to not just if you can't beat them, join them. Try to build something that does compete with these very powerful like mid range Lorraine decks.
If you can't beat them, try to beat them. that's
Right.
that's what their strategy is here.
If you can't beat them, commit more sideboard cards.
Yeah, I really like Gildas here. Like Gildas is so much pressure, and just protecting your Gildas goes like such a huge way.
And we're gonna
I
see
do believe
a
two is
freezing
it
hail
two
cast
damage.
here by the water
Yeah,
player. That after the change that we got a couple of weeks ago to the way that wake up works, since you do not wake up your champion when you level up anymore, freezing hail has gained a whole lot of power here, where he's essentially locking down this Fire Lorraine player from even being able to level up and get value off of her level 2 because she's not going to be able to wake up.
yeah, I do really like freezing hail here. Um, Once again, it does seem like a very meta dependent pick,
Mm.
and you know I do like decks like this. They analyze the meta. They're like, hey, this is what is gonna work, and this is what I'm gonna jam. You do have to dodge all the other off meta decks, right? But in this situation, we see it like paying off. Your odds are stacked in your favor if you're going to be playing against a field that is predominantly the decks that you're attacking against.
Right.
So here we have him pondering if he wants to use floating memory, which they do.
Yeah, looks like they're just gonna grab a drawn blade here, which is Grand Crusaders Ring the second. Just says on enter draw a card if you're a warrior. So it's gonna use that to generate a little bit more card advantage. They have a huge hand. It looks like 8, 9 cards right now.
Yeah, it really does feel like the aggro control side is, I don't want to say flipped, but we're seeing a lot of aggression out of the water player, which is both like surprising and very cool.
Right. Yeah. When we were talking about the matchup at the start of the match, we very much assumed the water player would be the one on the back foot, trying to close out the game in the late game. But yeah, it looks like off the back of cards like Gildas, they're just really getting a lot of pressure here going against the fire player.
Yeah, I really like. I would maybe even classify this as like I don't want to say a classic tempo deck, but it really feels like that, right? They're like, I'm gonna
Right.
play a threat, maybe a couple threats, and then just kind of slow you down, deal with what you're doing as I apply the damage and the pressure. And we saw that with the hail. Now we see that with just like the constant pressure. That makes a lot of sense. Uh, for the last game, the first match that we saw, as to why the fire deck was so low coming back
Right.
from uh the blank screen.
Yeah, the only thing that I think Water really needs to worry about here is once the fire player gets to level 2 and does have that very powerful +2 on Lorraine's attacks and on kill draw. So they did unfortunately lose their Gildas to some creatures. It looks like there's a Flame Rune Swordsman that helped out the Hasty Messenger and getting the job done, taking that Gildas off the board.
Yeah, you really have to. Like, I think that's one of the big things here. Like, Gildas is such a big deal in this deck, especially with the Water Lorraine being able to consistently give her that +3 attack.
Right.
Um, Noted, like he could be rocking more Gildas like in hand or in memory. Gildas is a unique ally, which means you can only have one on the field at a time. So you can kind of just like chain your Gildases.
Yeah, that would
Um,
be just so backbreaking. Like if we look at, card economy, Gildas here has attacked for 4 twice, and then she took 2 attacks from the opponent to, deal with her. And then if, the water player goes over to their turn, just plays another Gildas, that'll be so backbreaking.
yeah. So we do have the level 2 Lorraine. It looks like he was very much considering a drawn blade for a minute, but just gonna go straight into the level 2. That makes sense. If your goal here is to draw some cards, you might as well do it while your opponent has some easy pickings. Um, especially while you already have a sword on board and potentially an attack in hand.
Yeah, and the thing that's worth noting here for both players is that unfortunately water does have the worst access to a cleave attack in title
Yeah.
sweep. It has floating memory, which is cool, but it does cost 6, and there's no way to reduce that. So the fire player can feel pretty safe about developing their board because they know that there's probably not a title sweep coming with the amount of cards that the water player has in hand.
Yeah, you basically, with the way Grand Archive currently works, is going to change in Fractured Crown with some reservable stuff. But you need 7 cards in hand to do the title
Right.
sweep, and I do believe title sweep only attacks for 1 as well.
Yeah,
It's
that
not
is
even like
correct.
a big attack. Um, we do have a banner knight, which is great. Gonna pump that 1/4 into a 2/4. Do love me some banner knights. And looks like that may
Yeah, it
have
looks like
been
that was the game.
game.
I think they just came across with enough damage. I think that Banner Knight, combined with both the Seafaring Mercenary and getting the +1 on Lorraine herself was enough to come in there for lethal. It looks like they got their level 2 Lorraine +2, and they just used that to go face. And unfortunately, we didn't have life totals updated, but it was just level 1 Lorraine on the side of the fire
Yeah,
player, so it's only
only
20
20
health
health.
that they have to get to. So looks like water took it down. Super happy to see, this sort of unique deck, at least as far as we know, in the meta, taking carving out their place and hopefully, doing well over the rest of the day.
Yeah, I think it's a great meta call, honestly. The deck looks like it was tuned specifically to combat like fire. I think against even if they ran up against Fire Rye, I think it would have been still a good matchup because you had all that pressure with Gildas, plus all of the other units, right?
Right.
Um, so yeah, I really like this Water Lorraine.
Yeah,
Um,
I think the only thing that I'm curious about is usually these decks that are like sort of teched to beat fire struggle into win. So I wonder, if this water Lorraine player meets a wind Lorraine somewhere down the line today, how they'll fare there.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. And it could also be just one of those tournament things where you're like, "Hey, I'm going to bring this deck. My deck is favored against the most popular deck, but I just have bad matchups elsewhere. I just hope
Right.
to dodge the bad matchups." And
Yeah.
that's not an uncommon way to get into top 8, right? Like that happens to a good number of people every now and then. You just dodge the bad matchups to get there.
Right, you just got to win the matchup lottery, and the way this is structured. I think the most coveted prize is just getting top 8 gets you that sweet invitational card. So maybe they're not looking necessarily to go all the way, just looking to hopefully have a good couple of Swiss rounds and make their way into the top cut.
Yeah, and we have like we mentioned in the first round, we have 118 registered players today. So this is not a super small tournament by any means. So I mean, you're gonna have to run pretty hot, I think, to get into the top 8.
Right. Yeah, I think that's probably like 6-1 is probably the hard cutoff, and then maybe a couple of X2s make it in there. So you do, yeah, have to run pretty hot.
Yeah, I think what you're really looking for is you definitely look for the 6/1 to get almost guaranteed. We'll have to see how like everything shakes out. There might be an X2 or so, but yeah, it'll be very interesting. And I'm also more interested just to see how many other off meta decks there are here. We are only in the first couple rounds, right? So some of the off meta decks could get kind of weeded out as the
Right.
day progresses, but Water Xander, Water Lorraine, I'm into it, man.
Yeah, we've had a good showing so far. I'm not sure if if the producers are cherry picking us spicy matchups to talk about, or it just it's a really open field out there.
Yeah, we still have like 24 minutes here on the clock for this round. So it's like the matches have been pretty fast, right?
Yeah, I
Um
mean, even in an aggro sort of centric format is what Dawn of Ashes feels like. This matchup, we didn't have any like real dedicated aggro decks, and it's still the matches go by so quick. I think it's just because at least twice so far we've seen decisive 2-0 victories, right?
that's true. That is true. Um I would not have thought it would be so quickly going in, just like looking at the matchups because
Mhm.
the water, right? You see
Right.
water and you're like, oh, it's gonna be long and grindy, and then one game we had Fire Rye just kind of combo kill, like, and then the other game we had Water Lorraine just kind of aggro them down with just like efficient dudes.
Right.
Um, I I like that deck. That's a deck that I'm like, you know, I might want to try to build that deck. Like I said, Water Xander has been my favorite, but maybe Water Lorraine. I do like me some Banner Knights.
Yeah.
Um, yeah,
Yeah, I
cool.
mean, we, you know, I have some store championships coming up. That you know, maybe pull together a Water Lorraine deck. Use some inspiration from our coverage here today.
Yeah, I mean, like, you get some great allies, right? You get Frostworn Paladin, you get the Tide Diviners. You can even toss in like Snow Fairies if you're feeling it. Even Nia's. You don't need the stealth for Nia, but
Right.
just you can just get there with it. Um, yeah, I dig it. I dig it.
Yeah,
With all
we're glad to
these,
see Water, you know, showing up because it's widely regarded, right? At least in Dawn of Ashes as the weakest element, and I think you know we mentioned a little bit. Fracture Crown is going to be a huge boon for the Water decks, but right now they, you know, it is an uphill battle, so it's cool to see, you know, so many people coming out and playing Water at this tournament.
yeah, yeah, for sure. And maybe that's gonna change the narrative a little bit. Maybe
Mm,
people are gonna have more respect for water. We'll have to see how the day plays out. Once again, we're only two rounds in, but could be for the rest of the day we only see wind decks, right? But
right.
currently, it's been interesting. I've been enjoying the matchups.
Yeah, pleasantly surprised for sure. But it looks like we're going to take a little break. There's still about 20-25 minutes left in the round. So we're going to take a little break and then come back to you with round 3.
Yep. See you then.
All right, guys, welcome back to round 3 of our Red Riot Games Grand Archive Regional. We are bringing you, looks like, our first wind deck of the day. We finally did it, Kel. We've gotten a wind deck on stream.
All right, yeah, finally. Over under on it being Lorraine. My guess is Lorraine.
Looks like it looks like a turn 1 tactful sergeant, so that's sort of leaning towards Lorraine for me.
And then on the opposing side, we have yet another fire deck. We have seen fire every single matchup so far. This play doesn't really tell us what the deck is, though I would lean maybe towards Rye. And if it is a Fire Rye versus a Wind Lorraine, that is an absolute classic matchup for Grand Archive.
Yeah, it looks like I think in the Idle Thoughts there we saw a Crux card, so I think it might actually be Fire Lorraine over there.
You could be right. It is difficult to see the hand so far.
Right.
We have immediately slamming down a level 1 Lorraine, and this is going to be the thing where, you know, same Song of Dance, level 1 Lorraine, plus the Sword of Seeking. Yeah, I mean, they're the aggressor right now. They have ally on board. And they're just gonna go face with the weapon.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate that they had to develop this Tactful Sergeant on turn 1 because they weren't able to attack their champion, but it looks like we have another one. So yeah, they're just going to come in for 1, pay for that Tactful Sergeant, and she says, on enter, if you've attacked with your champion this turn, you draw a card into your memory.
Yep, which is very nice. It's almost as good as drawing a card.
Right.
And after that, we're just going to continue to go face. So Wind Lorraine here immediately establishing itself as an aggressor. Though, we'll see what the fire player has to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great start for Win the Rain, especially these being the bodies that are on board. Like, usually Win the Rain is starting with stuff like Swift Recruit or Wind Rider Vanguard that are a little bit easier to remove because they just don't have as much health. But these two 1/4 Tactful Sergeants are probably going to hold down the board for a while, and that sort of just means that as soon as our Win the Rain player finds a Phalanx Captain, they're going to be able to deploy it pretty easily.
Yeah, I mean, like, Phalanx Captain, Banner Knight, if they're running them in the deck, can push a lot of damage here, right? Like, there's a world where they just go to level 2 and then jam out a Team Pumper.
Right. Yeah, so we'll see what the fire player's answer is. It looks like they're going to fire off a devastating blow, use one of the charges on their Sword of Seeking to come in for 4 and deal with one of those. Tactful Sergeants, they probably have the same idea that we do. Leaving those on the board, probably not a good idea.
Yeah, it's just going to get worse as the game goes on, and you're immediately on the back foot here. So they have to, clean up the board just as much as they can. And 1/4 is just honestly, we mentioned this in the last round, but just very annoying, right?
So big. So is that looks like a Swift Recruit? I think that is also the new Supporter Pack 1 art of Swift Recruit.
I think you are correct. Swift Recruit being just a fantastic card. Just a good old honorable Vanguard, but also has the ability to block for you, which is fantastic. Has intercept on it.
Yeah. Yeah, no class bonus either. So just like every win deck is playing Swift Recruit because it's just such an efficient body, and then when it dies, you get that floating memory on your next turn.
Yeah, very very nice. Looks like we're gonna just immediate Crusader Ring to draw a card. Just increase the options here. I mean, like, you're on the back foot, right? You're staring down 2 allies. You want to draw as many as you can just to make sure your plays are as efficient as possible.
Yeah, and I think this is typically like a pretty rough matchup for Fire Lorraine, so she's gonna have to really, find all of the right cards to close this one out.
Yeah, and if you're the Wind player here and you see them immediately go into Grand Crusader's Ring instead of leveling to level 2, I'm thinking that they probably don't have a board sweeper in their hand, right? They don't have the flame sweep.
Maybe that's just what they want you to think, and they're holding on to it so you deploy more things onto the board.
Yeah, just get lure them into a false sense of security. Play more dudes. Though then again, I don't remember how many cards they had in their memory at the start of the turn, so I'm not sure if they could have immediately just jumped into uh level 2.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It looks like they have at least a honorable Vanguard over there. They just discarded that off of their hasty, so it's gonna be a little bit easier for them to do it next turn. And like you said, a sweep here would be so important. That's the sort of like huge swings that I think Fire Lorraine needs in this matchup to sort of take control. Because all of their like the way that Fire Lorraine tends to finish out games with stuff like Rending Flames and Devastating Blows are very easily thwarted by stuff like Deflecting Edge and Veiling Breeze, which usually are four ofs in Wind Lorraine.
Yeah, for sure. What is the ally on the board there? Is that just a courier
Yeah, I think that is a hasty
or
messenger.
hasty messenger? Yes.
Yeah, delivering the good word, getting rid of some float, drawing some more cards.
Yeah, unfortunately though, for the fire player, Wind still has some allies on board. Um, yeah, they have all of the board control here. Um, so it'll be interesting to see how they follow up if they want to try to kill up that messenger or if they just want to go more face, you know?
Right. Yeah, it's so tough. All of the threats in the Wind deck are so efficient. That's why she's gained so much popularity. Is because all of the Wind threats specifically are just the most efficient in the game. You talk about stuff like Wind Rider Vanguard is a 2/3 with Vigor, which is just like an insane sat line for this game. Being
Yeah.
able to not only attack on your turn, but then wake up and be able to sort of play defense on your opponent's turn as well.
Yeah, yeah, and it looks like we're just gonna have a Savage Slash picking off that messenger into more attacks to the face.
Right. Yeah, as high as her life total is, it's not unsurmountable. She's already taken 7 damage out of her 24, and as soon as we find something like a Banner Knight or a Phalanx Captain, that really adds up. But it looks like the Wind Lorraine player is actually holding on to a fair number of Crux cards in their hand. That is one of the pitfalls of this extremely powerful archetype is that sometimes you just draw all of your level 3 cards and sort of like Water Xander, if they get clumped in your hand, you can't really do anything with them. So we'll see if that ends up being a problem for a Wind Lorraine player here.
Yeah, it also looks like Fire Lorraine did end up leveling to level 2. So we're gonna see some Lorraine action this turn for sure.
Big sweep.
Possibly big sweepies, but we'll see. They're kind of in the tank here, debating whether they're what sequencing they want to do.
Yeah, I guess I suppose if they had a flame sweep, they'd just be slamming it, right?
Ooh, well then maybe they just wanted to get maximum value out of their dungeon guide here.
Sure.
Yeah, why not? Especially if you're sitting on a lot of Crux cards, right? I mean, both players
Mm-hmm.
could be sitting on a lot of Crux cards.
Yeah.
Um, so
Yeah,
yeah, getting up to level 3.
we might get our first Spirit Blade Ascension of the day, our first of, I assume, many.
Yes, yeah, that card is a bit of a house.
Yep, there it is.
Yep. Yeah, so Spirit Blade Ascension does a lot of work as you can see here. It is going to get that Blade of Avarice, draw some cards, and just kind of churn through the deck.
Yeah, so the important part for people that are maybe unfamiliar with how this card works, the way that Spirit Blade Ascension works is it says, as part of a cost, as an additional cost to play this card, you put a sword regalia from your field back into your material deck, and then you get one back out. So the way
Yep.
that works with Sword of Avarice is, as part of cost, you can put that Sword of Avarice back into your material deck, get that same Sword of Avarice back out, and allow you to draw 2 cards, and then they just cycle through those to draw just an astronomical amount of cards.
Yeah, it's a great draw engine. Is that a Ghost of Pendragon? That's another great draw engine. That's going to put the Sword of Avarice back into the material deck and then also let them draw 2 cards so they can, rematerialize that sword on a future turn. That was a
Right.
very bursty, big turn for the fire player there.
Yeah, very very casual. Draw 9 and put a 3/4 on the board.
Yeah, and we mentioned it. Like 3/4 is like large in Grand Archive, right?
Yeah,
Ghosts is one of my favorite cards. It is two drop 3/4, draw 2 cards, and then it has like quote a downside of putting a card back into your material deck that you can then play later to draw
Right.
more cards.
Yeah, just such an insane card. Like if it didn't have any text and it was just a 2 mana 3/4, I think it would be an insane card.
That would be like the best statted card in the entire game, I
Right.
think. Yeah. Um. So yeah, I mean, if you're the win player here, you're like, oh no, like you've got to be sweating a little bit. They're kind of popping off, like the fire player is kind of popping off, and now you have to be afraid, right? Because they're setting up so they can do a lot of card draw, but like attack multiple times in a turn, attack with very large attacks multiple times. So it's getting very scary. Well, one way to answer that is with your own dungeon guide.
The
So
dueling dungeon guides, a great way to find parity is to just that thing that you did seemed pretty good. I think I'll try doing it myself.
yeah, what's pretty cool here is that both Lorraine players are actually playing a different level 3 Lorraine. This one is actually Lorraine's Spirit Ruler, which on enter they get to choose a Sword Regalia card with cost 1 or less from the banishment and put it into the field, which is pretty sweet. Also gets an additional 3 counters on it. So yeah, get a nice little sword back.
Yeah, it looks like usually you pick up a drawn blade with your spirit ruler trigger because it just allows you to draw an extra card and then gives you a nice healthy one attack sword with 4 durability.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you said, it looks like we have a Crux Knight on the other side, and I think we did see a Spirit Blade in Soul get banished earlier to Dungeon Guide. So looks like they're probably on a little bit of a bigger, trying to resolve in Soul and burst through you rather than this sort of steady card advantage that Spirit Ruler gets you.
Yeah, for sure. And you can definitely tell that these players are very knowledgeable about their decks at the breakneck speed that they're playing these cards, right? Like they're resolving them faster than we can talk about them. But at the end of the day, like Fire Lorraine, a lot of cards in hand. Here's another Ascension, right? Um, we're gonna see Spirit Blade Ascension quite a bit.
Yeah, these players are playing lightning fast. It feels like we're watching at 2 times speed. They're just churning through all of these cards because they both, like you said, they both know what's going on. Nobody's gonna have to pick up the Spirit Blade Ascension and give it a read. Like everybody's very familiar with
Yeah.
what this boogeyman deck is doing.
Yeah, and I think they're just kind of like churning through their deck, trying to find the more or less like combo pieces, right?
Right.
Trying to find the cards that they can sequence together to just smash in for tons and tons of damage. And that's kind of what the deck does, right? Um, it functions very much like a combo deck. I'll be honest, right? You just draw a whole bunch of cards, play a bunch of stuff, and try to kill your opponent with a couple big burst attacks. Here we
Yeah,
have
the thing that
no
Fire
value deck.
Lorraine has to watch out for is even though she has 12 cards in hand, they don't have the same sort of like deployable board presence that something like
Yep.
Lorraine does, where they can drop some cheap allies and then play Phalanx Captains for free, Banner Knights, etc. It's a little bit harder for Fire Lorraine to do that since they usually close out the game with these big attacks. But we did find the namesake card in Spirit Blade and Soul, which brings all of your 1 or less cost swords from your material deck and your banished into play that can attack as if they were allies. It's very, very strong.
Yeah. So they suddenly have a bunch of allies on the field here. I do like the cheeky no value dungeon guide that they played, right? Which is kind of like playing into what you're talking about. They don't have a lot of allies from hand, right? So they just have to play the dungeon guide as a 1/3, which isn't like too bad. Um, and
Yeah,
so
they do
here we're
get a
just
lot
gonna
of damage through here though with this in Soul. And
yeah
the cool synergy about this card with Lorraine Crux Knight is she herself gets plus X attack, where X is the amount of swords in your banish zone. So even after this turn, when all of your swords go away, something like a Savage Slash or a Devastating Blow here comes in for 10.
Ooh. Yeah, it's it's a lot, right? Um, so yeah, this is a very very big turn for Fire Lorraine, right? Pumping in an absurd amount of damage. 22. Ouch. Almost dead on this turn.
Out of nowhere too, they were at 0, right? Like they hadn't taken like virtually any damage.
Yeah,
Okay,
like
sure.
Yeah, that's that's rough. That's real rough.
Yeah, so it looks like they find the last Spirit Blade Ascension. They flip one of their swords into a prismatic edge, and as long as that reveals a fire card, which it does, they're able to deal that last 3 damage to Lorraine.
Yep. Yep. Wow. And like I said, it functions like a combo deck, right? And you
Yeah.
saw it there. It's just like no health, and now you're dead. You've taken no damage, and now you're dead. Which is, one thing I really like about Grand Archive, because we have two decks featuring the same champion, more or less, right? They have a different level 3 champion, but they're
Mm.
both Lorraine decks. They both play Crux, but they both play fundamentally in very different ways, right? One deck is more about board presence, while the other deck is more about like these big swingy combo kill turns, which I think is really, really cool.
Yeah, they're like wildly different decks for sure. And yeah, I think that is super interesting, and it makes whereas typically, yeah, and in another card game, this would be like a mirror match of sorts. It doesn't feel like that at all, since the decks are so divergent from each other.
Yeah, for sure. And like the fire deck isn't just like your typical like burn fire deck, right? It's not like I lightning bolt you for 3, play a
Mhm.
2/2 with, haste or whatever. It's like, yeah, it's like a legit combo deck. And in a lot of ways it's feels similar to playing with Rye, like Fire Rye, but
Mhm.
different in other ways, right? But the idea is somewhat the same, right? You want to stabilize the board, you want to draw a whole bunch of cards, and then you want to play your couple cards that close out the game in 1 or 2 turns.
Yeah, a little bit more stable, a little bit less explosive than Rye.
Yeah, for sure. Uh, Rye can do a lot of shenanigans. Let's put it that way. Rye can do some shenanigans. No, that's not to say that Lorraine can't do shenanigans. We literally just saw it. She drew like a
Right.
million cards, right? Um, so yeah. As the wind player here, so if you were in that position, right? If you're the wind player here, what is what are you thinking? What's your game plan?
Yeah, so it's actually a really huge pickup from the fire player, because I do believe that this is a wind favored matchup. So the wind player's not super thrilled to have lost game one, because the play draw is super important here. But they assumingly a lot of these wind Lorraine decks are going to play cards like Veiling Breeze and Deflecting Edge in their sideboard, and those are both just insanely high value cards against these fire decks. Deflecting Edge specifically single handedly shuts off Rending Flames, which is crazy. So I think they had a really good start. So they're probably looking to do something similar. But yeah, I'm sure they're not super thrilled to be down a game here in this assumingly favorable matchup, because even if they win this one, the next one, the fire player will get to be on the play, which is huge.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. And you did mention Veiling Breeze. We'll have to see if that comes in. Veiling Breeze is a card that can, depending on the situation, almost blank an aggro player's turn or a combo player's turn. Um, just because it just can prevent an absurd amount of damage. It's a card where you reveal any amount of wind element cards from your memory, and then for the turn, whenever damage we dealt to your champion, prevent an amount of damage equal to the number of cards revealed this way. And that's for the whole turn, right? So you can
Right.
just kind of like shut down your opponent's turn if they're trying to like kind of pop off.
Yeah,
Um,
especially against cards like Spirit Blade and Soul, where you get all of these swords on board, but they all only like attack by themselves for 1 or 2 damage. If you have a Veiling Brace for 2, you just take literally no damage from Ensoul, which is crazy.
yeah, yeah, it's really good, and it just you know compounds out further the more cards you have in your memory. So if you did a turn where you played a whole bunch of cards, maybe a bunch of allies, and you're sitting on a Failing Breeze in your hand, then you're feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
Note, it's only preventing damage to your champion, so it doesn't prevent damage to your allies. So your opponent could use the opportunity to clear your board, but still, it's something to keep an eye on going forward here.
So it looks like we had a similar start. A no enter the battlefield trigger tactful sergeant on turn 1 from wind, and then on the fire side, looks like we played an honorable vanguard into a cremation ritual. Get rid of her, draw 2
Nice.
cards, and put a floating memory in your graveyard.
I was just thinking like these poor floating memory allies, like their best use is just to die, right? Like
Yeah.
that she's just like, "Hey, I'm here." Oh no. Like immediately immediately yeeted.
Yeah, poor
Um
Library Witch gets it the worst for sure.
yeah, she gets cremated quite a bit. Um so we have an exact mirror of the last game. Like we have as you said, we have that tactical sergeant into a second tactical sergeant on turn 2, but this time they get that on enter value.
Yeah, and like I said, I think this is like a really good start for them. So they're probably pretty thrilled to be able to do it again. They just have to, hope that the Fire Lorraine player doesn't explode past them like they did last game.
Yeah, like any like team pumper is going to be huge here. I mean, these are 1/4s, which are just annoying to deal with,
Mhm.
and so like Phalanx Captain, Banner Knight, any of these like team pumpers are going to be like really really solid here. And we have another hasty messenger, drawn and discarding yet another poor honorable vanguard. Uh, yeah, just throw it right into the bin.
Everybody has their job, and that's hers. So I'm afraid.
Your job to the trash. Go on, go, walk straight to the trash. Um, but but yeah, so it looks like fire is still a little bit in the tank, right? Um, or is it Wind player's turn?
Yeah, we're on the win player here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's looking very similar. Where the fire player looks like they're behind, but they looked like they were behind last game too. So it's a very deceptive. Like you said, sort of like a combo deck. The power turns sort of appear out of nowhere. So you can have a pretty innocuous hand, nothing really on board, and then out of nowhere, boom, you do 20 damage.
Yeah, and I mean they're sitting on a decent number of cards there, right? They have
Right.
at least one card in hand. I'm not sure if it's stacked on top, and then they have a fair number of cards, 6 or 7 in memory. So their total, cards available to them decently high, right? 7 to 8
Right.
cards. Um, so like as the win player here, you currently have the tempo, and you just have to think to yourself, okay, I just want to maximize damage. Hey, look at that, another like just really efficient body there.
Yeah, there's that Wind Rider Vanguard. She is just way more powerful than she looks. A 2/3 for 3 is in this game such an insane stat line. Like anybody that comes from other games, especially stuff like Magic the Gathering, the 3 mana for a 2/3 feels not great, but in this game it is just
Wow.
so huge.
It feels like 1999 Magic. three
Yeah,
three mana,
sure.
3 mana 2/3 with like a
Right.
mediocre effect, right? Not like 2023 where you have a 4 mana 6/6 haste with
Right.
a bunch of abilities. Um, but ooh, here we
Oh
have
wow,
board sweeper. This is
that is
really what they needed.
huge.
That's gonna
They're
draw
gonna
them a
take a little bit
casual
of damage in
3.
return, but draw 3 cards, kill your board is just about as good as it gets.
Yeah, that's pretty that's pretty solid, right? Like that is like the best imaginable play I think for the fire player here.
Yeah,
Um,
that's really how you break these mirrors wide open. Is these cleave attacks, especially at level 2 with Lorraine, are just such a like near insurmountable tempo swing that yeah, 3 cards and completely resetting your opponent is going to be pretty catastrophic here for the win player. So we'll have to see if they can find a way out of that.
Yeah, for those of you not like completely following it, that was such an important turn. So what they did was they leveled up to level 2 Lorraine, so the Lorraine's attacks get +2 and then all on kill draw card, and then they played the Flame Sweep, which has a base attack of 1 plus the 2 from the Lorraine plus the 1 from the weapon, making it into 4 attack. So that's able to clear the entire board, and then you get the card drop for all the ones that died. Also, 4 to your opponent's face too, because it hit them as well.
Hmm. Yeah, just such a huge tempo play. It's going to leave Wind really on the back foot here. But Lorraine's never out, especially with the power that her level 3 provides. With of course Spirit Blade Ascension, just refilling your hand, so efficiently. Hopefully they can turn the corner here. It looks like they actually do have a dungeon guide, so they're ready for level 3 whenever they feel like it's time.
Yeah, is it time? They got 2 cards down, reconsidering. Um, it's a interesting situation, right? Um, suddenly the board is gone. Their opponent has like a massive hand,
Right.
and you need to do something to come back, right?
It does look like they're gonna go for it here. They're attacking with the rain to crack their drawn blade, which is usually a pretty telling sign that it's gonna be followed by a dungeon guide getting that drawn blade back into play. But
That
I'm
does
not
make
sure what the
sense.
holdup is here.
Yeah, that does make sense. Though, unfortunately, once again, we mentioned this earlier the stream. They're not going to get value out of Lorraine waking up and being able to attack again with the rules change that happened a little while ago. So
Thank God.
dungeon guide will not allow for a second attack. But as you said, drawing more cards is just great.
Yeah, especially when you're behind on board here. Yeah, so
Yeah.
it looks like they are going to do that. Going to play a dungeon guide, go up to Spirit Ruler. And I believe they did crack that drawn, but they haven't moved it. But I think they're just, like we said earlier, these players know
Ooh.
what's going on. Oh, they didn't
Actually,
actually. So it looks
yeah,
like
they
they
got
got a Sword of Seeking back.
interesting. I wonder why.
Yeah,
Was
I'm
there
not sure.
something preventing them to doing that? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm
But
not sure what we missed here, but regardless, this level 3 is going to be super powerful. Maybe they just wanted to keep a sword on board once they start flickering with Spirit Blade Ascension, because with only one sword on board, it does sort of put you in a place where you can't use your sword to attack because you have to keep it to flicker it.
that's true. That is true. Maybe the end goal here is just to have multiple swords on board. Um, and yeah, you do need basically like two to
Right.
do the Spirit's Blessing. Yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like we're just going to do some wheel spinning over here on the Fire Lorraine player. Again, like we mentioned last game, the card quality, like Fire Lorraine is much more consistent in that she has lots of draw power and hasty messengers and cremation rituals and creative shocks. But it means that her card quality is a little bit lower, so she's going to be looking for some of her power cards here. So we're doing a lot of wheel spinning, trying to find something to close this game out.
Yeah, I feel like you're gonna see that a lot from fire decks today, right? Unless
Yeah.
we see an off meta fire Xander. A lot of the fire decks currently, this is what you see. They have a lot of card draw, and they're just trying to find the big pieces they need to either wipe the board or just straight up wipe your opponent, you know, off the face of Earth. Um, yes.
Yeah, it's
And
looking like we're
so
doing another ascension here. They might start getting, prismatic edge, which is one way to actually deal some damage. They do get to take a card away from their opponent. The wind trigger is your opponent banishes a card at random from their memory forever. So it is essentially making them discard a card. And then, of course, the fire trigger is that they get to deal 3 damage. So they're
yeah,
going to look to sort of just like War of Attrition, use their card advantage here to close out the game.
fortunately for our wind player there, I think they only had one card in their memory, and I think it is a non-wind card. I think it was just a Banner Knight.
Yeah, that is great.
All right, so we have what was that? An Insole coming out?
Yep, looks like Insole is here, but I don't think no, it probably is enough here with Lorraine's attack,
It's already up to
especially with Prismatic Edge,
19
which is
damage.
base 3 power, is huge.
Yeah, up to 20 damage dealt already without the sword. 23 with the sword. They still have card in hand. Do they have the extra 5 to push it? Yep, looks
Yeah,
like
looks
looks
like they
like
do.
it.
Yeah. Wow,
Yeah,
such
jeez.
such just blazing fast games today.
Wow, like absolutely explosive. Like the fire decks are just on fire, right? They're
Yeah, I
just
guess
they're
so.
just
Yeah.
insane. So much damage coming out. And like I said, it from like almost 0 damage to dead, right?
Right.
And it's like these combo style gameplay. If you like that, fire is kind of where it's at, almost regardless of what champion you play, right? We have Fire Lorraine, we have Fire Rye, and they are combo tastic.
Yeah, all of the fire is just such a powerful element for, what we said about its draw power and ability to like find the pieces that it needs. That yeah, I mean, even I've seen I know that you're a fan of Fire Xander is that same sort of explosive deck, and even I've seen people playing like Fire Sylvie, has
Yeah,
some real
yeah,
legs just because the fire package is so strong.
yeah, for sure. Though I feel like those decks are a little bit less combo-y than these ones
Oh,
because like
surely, yeah,
they don't have the insane draw power that Ryan and Lorraine do.
right.
Like you saw that there. The players were playing insanely fast, but um, they just drew tons and tons of cards, leveraging basically Blade of Avarice and Drawn Blade, and just
Right.
recurring them a bunch of times and then drawing a lot of cards. Turns out a sword that just says draw 2 cards on it when it comes into play is very, very strong.
Yeah, it's a good card. They that one sees a lot of play, and I think it'll continue to see a lot of play as the game matures. Because yeah, just the raw card advantage is so crazy, and any way that you can recur that, obviously, like Spirit Blade Ascension, just rockets you into the the card advantage over your opponent is so insane. Even if all of your cards are, like worse than theirs, if you have double them, it's going to be really hard for you to, get past that.
Yeah, and I would like to say at this point we are 3 rounds in. We have not seen a game 3 yet, right?
Right.
It's always been like 2-0s. So the matchups have been very, very interesting, and they've been like today we saw, or this game in particular was a very like classic. These are meta decks, right? This,
Right.
wind Lorraine, fire Lorraine. But we have seen today already. We've seen water Xander. We have seen water Lorraine. So this event is very, very exciting so far. Hopefully, some of those water decks can make it further in the tournament. I'd like to see them back again against some of these more meta decks,
Yeah, I
especially
hope so.
that water Lorraine, which seems very teched against fire. And as we saw, fire was quite explosive, so you can see why they teched against it.
Right. Yeah, lots of upsets today. We didn't really expect to see what we saw out of the Water Lorraine deck last round that took down that one pretty decisively, and even here where theoretically when Lorraine is supposed to have a favorable matchup here, she just got exploded through by this Fire Lorraine deck, just outputting so much raw damage. So yeah, it's been a really really interesting tournament so far.
Yeah, I can't help but wonder if it's just because this is this particular meta, but you know what? Stay tuned. We'll see more of it coming up on the next round in about 20 minutes or so. So we'll see you then. All right, and we're back for well, it says round 3 here for the Grand Archive Canadian Regionals. My name is Kel, also known as Red Zone Rogue, and I am joined by Cam from the Lineage Break podcast.
Welcome back. Round number 4 or 3. We're going back in time.
Yeah, I think we're actually on round 4, right?
Yeah.
4 of 7 today, and then cut to top 8, which is going to be really, really exciting. We've seen a lot of really, really cool off-meta builds today, and I'm excited to see what these players have in store for us.
I can feel a water deck. I'm manifesting it into existence.
Yeah, like try to guess based on their sleeves, right? I've been
These guys
paying
look like
attention.
cool dudes, probably not playing fire decks like all those bullies out there.
Watch as they're both fire decks. Oh yeah. But yeah, here we are.
Like, we're just rolling off. See who goes first. Oh, yeah. There we go.
Getting here right at the cusp of round 4 here, and well, at least one of them is fire. We got one fire player. All right, let's see.
You know what I see though, Kel? I see some Tamer cards over there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, very, very interesting.
I see some Embertail squirrels and an Ember Song maybe.
I have it on good authority that this might actually be a Tamer Sylvie mirror match, which is, I'll be completely honest here. I might divert a lot of the expertise to you this time because I don't have a ton of expertise playing Sylvie, though I do really like Fire Sylvie. I will say that for sure.
Well, thankfully, I don't personally, but one of the people that is on the podcast is a big Sylvie fan. Shout out to Trent. So he plays a lot of Sylvie, and this sort of fire Sylvie deck I think is the most competitive of the Sylvie decks in Dawn of Ashes. It is sort of like an aggro package with cards like these Embertail squirrels that you see on the board here. That sort of finish in the Ember Song Erupting Rhapsody sort of combo kill that we're familiar with some of the mage decks.
Yeah, what's really interesting here is that we do have 2 Sylvies, neither of which is wind, and I would have guessed going into this that if we saw Sylvie, they would either be wind or maybe fire, but I figured wind would be the more popular choice, so once again, we have a really, really interesting matchup here.
Water Sylvie is a wild one. Happy to see a Dewdrop Hairs on the board.
Yeah.
Actually lines up really well against these 2/1 Embertail squirrels because Dewdrop Hairs is a 1/3, so just probably like a match made in heaven for this Dewdrop Hairs right now.
Yeah, for sure. I know there's some other like very, very strong stuff that Fire Sylvie can rock. There's the I forget the name. It's the wolf. There's the wolf that does a lot of work. It's like the flaming.
Yeah, it's a Blazing Direwolf. Is he's a
yes.
He's a big dude. He's a 4/4, and when he attacks, he deals 2 damage to any target. So he can either take out an ally or just make him effectually attacking for 6. So yeah, that card does really do some work. He is unfortunately Pride 5, but a lot of these Sylvie decks will opt to play Alan as their level 2, as he makes it a little bit easier to hit those high Pride numbers because he gives you an extra level buff. So maybe we'll see that here. I'm not sure.
Interesting. Yeah, it would be very interesting to see an Alan on board here.
Yeah, looks like we're just coming across with an energetic beast bonder and an Embertail squirrel coming across for 4 damage. The aggro package in these Tamer decks is nothing to sneeze at. So again, the water player, it's on them to see if they can sort of stem the bleeding and make it into a little bit of the late game. But these big blue slimes that you see one in the banished zone for this water Sylvie here are a great like brick wall against all of the aggro decks. So if they can manage to get one of those on board and stick with it, that'll be pretty good.
The blue slimes are notoriously hard to kill. You basically more or less have to kind of kill them in one shot, otherwise they just keep growing.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see how much of importance they become in this matchup.
Yeah, I'm super thrilled to see just these, no, not particularly meta decks. Yeah, and we're in round three, and you said this, or sorry, round four. And you said this a couple rounds ago that obviously, I assume we're getting the top table matches, or at least close to it. These players are assumingly doing very well with these decks, which is great.
Yeah, that I think is probably one of the key things here is that here we are in round 4 with 2 Sylvie decks, right? I know all the Sylvie fans out there are probably bummed that they're matched against each other, which means one of these obviously is going to end up losing. But that also means one of them will be going onward, which is also very, very cool. We have another Tide Diviner in the field, by the way. Tide Diviner, staple of any water deck, right? And surprisingly, we've seen a lot of water decks today, which
Right,
is
yeah.
great.
It's a treat for sure.
Yeah. I really do genuinely think that water has some of the best allies in the game, and we're definitely seeing them on display here.
Yeah, looks like we're going up to level 1 here. I'm not sure where's this fire player's champion.
Oh, it's above their material deck. They have it
Oh,
kind
I
of off
see
to
it.
the side.
Sure.
Yeah. And I think that's a Alan.
Yeah, that does look like level 2 Alan. So they are opting for Alan, and it looks like, yeah, when Alan comes into play, he has an effect that says you glimpse 3, and then you reveal the top card of your deck. If it is a melody or a harmony, you put that card into your hand. So it gives you some like pseudo card advantage. You get to draw a card if you find one of those melodies or harmonies on top of your deck. And then he says if you control 2 or more animal and beast allies, you get +2 level. So he shoots you right up to 4, and then with something like, say, this energetic beast bonder on the field, you can meet that Pride 5 requirement to start getting in with stuff like Blazing Direwolf.
Yeah. Do you think we're gonna see an Erupting Rhapsody coming out of Fire Sylvie today? That'd be interesting.
Yeah, I think that is usually the plan. Erupting Rhapsody has found a home in a lot of the mage decks because it doesn't have any class bonus, even though it is sort of tilted towards that Tamer playstyle since it has Harmonize. But something that's like pretty deceptive that people don't realize is that the common card to turn on Erupting Rhapsody is Ember Song. We actually see one in the hand of our Tamer player here. Is actually an absurd card if you get the Tamer class bonus. It deals 2 damage to an ally, and then it gives one of your allies +2 power, which is so huge.
Yep, and we've already talked about it today. Like, a 4/4 in this game is quite large. So just any sort of buff is kind of a big deal in Grand Archive. And yeah, I really feel like this matchup, in particular, more so than the other ones that we've seen today, is going to be a match of board states, right? That's what
Right.
Tamer wants to do and wants to have a board state. And it's going to be a good indication of kind of where the players are at based on what their boards are looking like. Definitely more so than any other match we've had so far. And is this my girl, my paladin?
Yeah, the first appearance. We've talked about her so much today. This is the first appearance of Frostborn Paladin, a gigantic 3 mana 3/4 that when it comes into play, you can banish a card with floating memory from your graveyard, and if you do, it gets a buff counter, which is just massive. Looks like they're going to send it towards Alan's head though. Just coming in for 3. Not going to worry about dealing with that Beast Monder on the board, which is a little scary to me.
Yeah, I mean, like, I understand the attack here. I think the mindset here is that, well, my opponent is Alan currently, and
Sure.
Alan can't level up, right? Like, this is the health that he's gonna have to deal with for the rest of the game, right? Because
Right.
the level 3 Sylvies all have Sylvie lineage, so he can't go from Alan into another Sylvie.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah,
so
this is your
perhaps,
health pool. This is what you're working with. I'm gonna see if I can whittle it down.
yeah. Um, so yeah, not getting rid of the Beast Bonder is interesting. Beast Bonder does give your champion +1 level as long as you have another beast or animal ally, and it's a 2/2. It's not nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it was a bit of a slow turn for our fire player. They just got back in with that beast bonder and then passed it back over. So it turns out it wasn't that big of a deal leaving that beast bonder in play. I think that the fire player is like pretty low on hand size. I think they have like only 2 or 3 cards in hand right now.
Yeah, and here we see, is that another Tide Diviner?
It looks like
Oh, no, no, no. It's
Yeah, a bestial frenzy on this gray wolf.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oddly enough, the art silhouette looks similar, but
right.
no, yeah, that wolf is frenzied for sure, and does take out the beast bonder.
Yeah, and like you said, the board state is so important here, and the water sylvie is really locking it down, making it difficult for this fire Allen player to come over the top. I think they are obviously playing Ember Song. We've seen that one already, so I think that they're really looking to sort of steal this game out of nowhere with a big erupting Rhapsody if they can.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of the game plan here. And then on the water side, game plan is to just play some dudes. Try to out tempo your opponent. Here we have just an immediate cracking of the Orb of Regret, letting the fire player essentially mulligan 3 cards, right?
Right. Regret having those bad cards in your hand.
Right. Yeah, I'm so bummed that I drew these bad cards.
So yeah, I think when we looked over at their hand, we did see an increasing danger, which they probably don't want to cast here, giving card advantage to your opponent. Probably pretty bad when they're already ahead on board. And we did see an erupting Rhapsody as well. We're not sure what they shuffled back, but I would assume at least that increasing danger went back in, and maybe they kept the Rhapsody. They're looking for an Ember Song here.
Yeah, I think that's a good assessment. But if you're the water player here, you got to be happy when you see this from your opponent, right? When you see them drop the Orb of Regret, X turns into the game, you're like, all right, I think my odds are a little bit in my favor, right?
Right. Yeah, it's anytime you see an Orb of Regret, it feels like your opponent's hitting the panic button, right? So
Yeah.
obviously, your opponent hitting the panic button is good for you.
Currently, let's see. We have Sylvie. She plays. I do believe, is this the amulet that if one of your allies dies, you get to draw a card on your opponent's turn?
Yeah, it's a life essence amulet, and they're just I guess like securing the board state, right? They're like, I'm already winning on board. I'm gonna get this amulet that lets me draw cards if you can deal with any of my threats, and I'm just gonna keep trying to push that advantage.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense, especially since the opponent is heavily incentivized to kill your units.
Right.
Um, I'm not entirely sure what level our Sylvie is, but she does have some Beast Bonder equipment out there, right? She's got like the ears and is
And the
that the
boots, I think.
boots? Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, so she does have enough pride to, effectively use her wolf at least.
Yeah, something worth noting that hopefully our players are aware of, but Bespawn boots, the ones that our Water Sylvie player has in play, they you can crack them and they give your champion Spell Shroud, but very
Yes.
notably the way that Erupting Rhapsody works is it does not target, it chooses on resolution, so Spell Shroud does not actually save you, so hopefully Sylvie's not looking to get him by cracking her boots there because that will not work out in her favor.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, that is very good to know. I actually did not know that. So very very important to note.
We gotta
One
hope
thing,
that Sylvie does, because if she doesn't, it'll be pretty scary.
yeah, I was gonna say one thing to note with well, actually, so Erupting Rhapsody also is a skill, and Spell Shroud. Correct me if I'm wrong here. Spell Shroud only prevents targeting from spells, right?
Yeah, that is doubly true. Yeah, yeah. So it super doesn't work.
Yeah, I wanted to just check Erupting
Right.
Rhapsody real quick. But yeah, so Grand Archive, the way Spell Shroud works is kind of different than other games, right? Uh, in Magic the Gathering, for example, you have like Hexproof, you have Shroud in that game, and it just means it can't be targeted by spells or effects. Um, in Grand Archive, there's a difference between a skill card and a spell card, and it matters. So Spell Shroud only prevents spells, not skills. Um,
So it looks like we're gonna cast a Song of Nurturing here. That does get the Tamer class bonus. So it's gonna
yeah,
be +1 power and +2 health. So he's sort of using it as an anthem, coming across for a lot of damage here. Yeah, looks like
it's
that's gonna be
enough
enough
to
to
win.
close it out. Just relentless pressure of the this Dewdrop here since turn one has just been getting in every turn. We found that Paladin pretty early too.
Yo, all these water aggro decks are causing some upsets here, man.
Yeah,
Like,
it's really making us rethink how we feel about this format. I think Water's turning out to be way more aggressive than we assumed that it would be.
yeah, I think it's just because they can. get tempo and then like keep the tempo.
Right.
And they just keep a steady stream of allies. And I've already mentioned this. I think water has some of the best allies currently in the game, and they can just keep it up, right? You have stuff like your tie diviner who gives you card advantage. You have stuff like your paladin, which also gives you card advantage, and then also like kills your opponent. Um, yeah, I'm a big fan of all these water decks for sure.
Yeah, I think you said it in round 2 about the water Lorraine player that it seems to like, like an archetypal tempo deck, and I think that is true of a lot of these. Like you said, they try to take the board presence and then just use the water cards that are all generally pretty defensive just to keep their lead and just try to secure that into the mid game.
Yeah, I think one of the big things with that is that even though a lot of the water allies, other than like the paladin, are like 1/1s, 1/3s, 1/2s, that size in Grand Archive is like pretty true across like all of the elements, right?
Hmm.
Um, you don't get too much bigger than that. And when you staple on like these really, really great card advantage effects, the water allies just can put in a lot of work. Speaking of little
Yeah.
guys, little
Yeah, speaking
little
of
squirrel.
little guys, the woodland squirrel, the 0 mana 1/1, the most powerful card in the game.
Well, it's efficient. I'll give it that.
Yeah.
Efficient little squirrel. Look how cute they are. They're adorable.
They're adorable. Have you seen the supporter pack like alternate art one? It's just like one of my favorite arts in this game.
Yes, yes, I have. Yeah, I'm very much looking to pick up some of those when I go to the Ascent Houston later this year.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the little squirrels putting in some putting in some early pressure. One thing to note also about Grand Archive is if you are the first turn player, you can't actually attack your opponent because they don't have anything to attack, right?
Right.
They don't have a spirit on the field, so that little squirrel there, while it is out there, couldn't do anything. It just kind of like is sitting around and then had to just say hi as the spirit of water manifests.
Yeah, it's a bit of a liability, right, to put these creatures on the board because if they don't get to attack and they're not super efficient at trading like this woodland squirrels, you either have to protect them or they're just gonna unceremoniously get thrown into the meat grinder.
Yep, and we we have we have some grinded squirrels. I
Yeah.
had to very very much think about the wording of that sentence, but
Yeah, it's a vivid picture that I'm painting here.
yeah, yeah. So
So
yeah,
it looks like we're just gonna grab bee spawn ears, not even level up. Just get that incidental level if we happen to play an animal here. The important thing about Sylvia, she has like a really powerful level 1 trigger to get a buff counter on your first animal or beast. So if you're not gonna be able to get use out of that, usually you'll just wait until you can.
yeah. I mean, having the despawned ears as a backup too, if you either can't or don't want to play your level 1, is like
Hmm.
something to be said. Sometimes if you for whatever reason don't run anything out and you don't have any cards in your memory, it can be rough not leveling your
Yeah.
champion turn 1. So still having a play is really good.
Yeah, Tamer has some of the best for sure. Beast Spawniers is like probably the other than like of course GCR is one of the best like 0 mana plays to do when you're having an off turn.
Yeah, 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 for sure. Hey, look, some more dewdrop hairs. It's like death by like cute woodland animals, right?
Right.
It's like it's just like almost like a you know I don't want to say Pokemon battle, but kind of, right? You have your
Sure.
little
Yeah, a little
squirrels
bit.
fighting the rabbits.
And these rabbits are now a 2/4 off of that Sylvie trigger, which is just a really solid stat line. So
Yeah, I mean, 2/4 rabbits are gonna put in a lot of work. Um, and then here we have a level up for no value. This is level up, but I mean, you do at some point do just need to run out your champion just so you can actually have access to all of your class bonus effects.
right, and also the health bump is nice, especially when you're under pressure
Right.
here. So hopefully they have something like a Grey Wolf and they can get use out of that counter. But their hand looks like it's full of a lot of removal spells. Like I see a couple of spontaneous combustions over there. It looks like they actually kept in the increasing dangers. So there's one of those over there as well. So it
Yeah.
looks like their hands are tied a little bit here.
Is he just gonna pass the turn back? It looks like they're just passing the turn back. If once again, if I'm the water player here, I'm pretty happy, right? Like it's like, hey, my board is still here. Now I can just kind of do whatever I want. Hey, look, I have some of my own cosplay here to
Right.
give myself +1 level
Yeah.
and just go with it. Um,
It's strange, this role reversal. We see these water decks being on the front foot and just like beating down, but it's usually the role of the fire deck. So
Here we have that wolf coming out. Wolf is gonna be able to attack because the beast bondiers gonna give that a +1 level. So the pride value is met.
yeah, and it
But we
got
also have
followed up
another
by a
beast
young
bonder.
beast bonder too. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
making this wolf huge. It's a 4/4 now.
yeah, that is a big wolf for sure. Um, yeah, I mean a 2-drop 4/4 in Grand Archive once again quite big. I really so we have a removal spell. Okay, that makes sense, right? Um, you're gonna have to blow that wolf up, otherwise it's just gonna kill you.
Right. Yeah, got met with that spontaneous combustion that deals 4 damage to an attacking ally. We saw their opponent had to read it. That one doesn't see a whole lot of play.
Right? Yeah. Um, looks like we have just some banishing into Alan here. Do we know if Water Sylvie is into Alan? Did we see a level 2 last game? I don't recall.
No, she was just like so aggressive that she didn't even have to go to level 2. So we don't know. I would assume that it's probably Sylvie, but all bets are off here. We're in uncharted waters, pun intended, I guess.
I mean, definitely Uncharted Waters for sure. That's the name of this tournament so far. Uncharted
Right.
Waters, right? Canadian regionals for Grand Archive, Uncharted Waters.
Yeah, there you go. You can send the check to Kel for that one.
Yep. I would like all intellectual property rights for that name. That name. Thank you, please and thank you. Even though you're the one who said it.
Ah, yeah.
So we have another Beast Bonder just coming on in. Once again, we have the life essence amulet. You know what? If it worked the first game, might as well run it out the second game. Opponent is very heavily incentivized to remove your threats, so being able to draw off of them is great, and this is the perfect time to do that.
Yeah, I believe the way that card is worded is it says if it's not your turn and
Yes.
an ally dies. So at least the fire player has if they have another spontaneous combustion or something, they don't give value on that life essence amulet. But I think that's probably the least of their worries right now. It's quite a big board they're facing.
Yeah. Yeah, and we have another wolf coming in. We still have the 2/4 dewdrop hairs. Um, I've almost forgotten what the card in the glare is, but I know it's another dude. Is it the oh, I forgot what it was.
I'm not sure. It might be the beast spawner. I think it's the blue beast spawner.
I think it is the blue beast bonder.
Deep water beast spawner. I don't know.
All of the beasts are being bonded today.
Yeah.
Um,
My
but
God, this is really rough.
yeah, like 4 units on board. He has sort of protection, right? He's that card draw when one of his um allies dies. So yeah, if you're the fire player here, going into this, I was like, yo, I know fire Sylvie can be like pretty strong. It has all the like this crazy burst combo potential. Um, I really was kind of underestimating the water Sylvie, but it's
Right.
it's putting in work.
Yeah,
I,
we're
I
like racing to the fastest match that we've had all day with these two,
yeah,
Zoe players.
I actually thought it would be like the slowest match. I'll be honest, because I'm
Right.
like, okay, we
Yeah.
have two Sylvies. They're these board, intensive, grindy type champions, but no, this is all of the water. It's like a rushing river, just
Right.
smashing into the opponents.
Yeah. Forget everything you thought you knew about Grand Archive is what I've learned today.
Yeah. Well, that's great to see with these large tournaments, right? And the
Right.
more tournaments we see, the more of this kind of stuff we'll end up seeing, and we'll get a better picture of what like the true meta of Grand Archive is as we get a much larger sample size than the couple like online tournaments that we've had so far.
Hmm.
Especially in an event like this that had 118 players to start. So, um, not too bad at all.
Yeah, absolutely. A massive event, and kudos to these Sylvie players who seem to be doing well in such a large event with these like underdog decks.
I'd like to just comment the two players look like they're having an absolute blast. You see them like
Right.
laughing, going back and forth as Water Sylvie plays his second piece of cosplay. His got his
Right.
boots there. I can only
Yeah.
imagine that's what that's what he's alluding to as he's playing it, right?
For sure. Yeah. You got to make sure that you get all three, so you assemble, Tron of your
Yeah.
animal cosplay.
Then you can go enter the competition and
Right.
win. Hey, hopefully like the game, right? Hopefully it
Yeah.
translates into a victory in the game.
Such great top-down design. It's just really the flavorings true.
It's one of those situations where another dude rep hairs, run it out. Um, it's one of those things where a lot of people ask, I'm like, wait a minute, are the ears and tail on Sylvie real, or is she just wearing cosplay like canonically? And I'm like, I don't know for sure, but I think they're real. I think the ears are attached to her head, and I think
We'll never know.
I
It's
think
one
those
of the
are
great
just like,
mysteries of life.
yeah, maybe the Grand Archive lore will clear that up, right?
Right.
Um, but yeah, I mean, just aggression, pure aggression, just jamming in with all the dudes. I can't quite see the life totals there. I want to say 16. I think the Allen player is at 16 health
Yeah.
currently.
That's rough out of 22, I believe, on Allen. It's just like, it's an
Yeah.
embarrassment of riches for this Water Sylvie player. They just have, so many cards and so many creatures on board. I don't know. It's going to be really tough. The nice thing about these fire decks is, as sort of a panic button, if you can assemble it, you can use Erupting Rhapsody not to kill your opponent, but just as like a very efficient board sweeper.
Yes.
And I think that's probably what the out is that they're playing to here, because it's just such a large board to deal with.
Yeah, I think that's really their only out, right? Because they're not running like Flame Sweep or anything
Right.
like that. So Erupting Rhapsody is really the only way. You can get some nice like 2-for-1s here if they get the Dire Wolf,
Hmm.
but barring that, you're really gonna try to clear up your opponent's board as much as you can, like stem the bleeding, and starting your turn with 4 um, allies is a little rough.
Yeah, I
So it looks
think
like
on the board we're one short of lethal, so it's gonna be tough.
level 2 Sylvie. Here we go. He played that. He got rid of a floating memory card and then also banished a card from his memory.
Hmm.
I think it's. Yep. I think the writing's on the wall here.
Yeah.
He's just got all the dudes. He's just gonna wolf them out.
Yeah, it looks
Kill.
like he was probably looking for it too. There was a bit of a celebration when they found that Grey Wolf, that maybe he didn't have the kill in hand, but found enough damage through that Grey Wolf.
Well, he did. He is cleaning up the board a little bit. Is it enough? It's got to be enough.
Oh, yeah, I think it's exactly, yeah.
Because like that bunnies is gonna do too. Yep. Yep.
Yep.
He was just taking the safe play there, cleaning up the board before going in for
Yeah.
the kill. He's got 2 more wolves in hand. He's just got all the wolves. He's just got all of them.
Man, Kel, did you know that this is a best out of 3 game?
Um,
We'll get there eventually, I guess.
yeah, and water, dude. Like
Yeah.
all the water has been so impressive. Um,
My God.
that was the fastest round we've had so far. Water Sylvie versus Fire Sylvie, and then Water's the one that wins in the fastest round. Who would have guessed that? Like going into the tournament, everyone was like, Fire, Lorraine, Wind Lorraine, combo, and then here we have like these water decks just crunching in. It's uh glorious, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I was gonna be happy if we maybe round 1 we'll get to see a Sylvie player who hasn't been, dream crushed out of the tournament yet. But like here we are in round 4, we get 2 Sylvie players, and the Water Sylvie of all things being the aggressor here and taking a pretty decisive 2-0 is yeah, it's just definitely not what we expected, which, like you said, it's a great place to be, right?
Yeah, for sure. So with that, that's the end of round 4. Stay tuned for round 5 coming up in maybe a little bit under 30 minutes. We'll see y'all then. And welcome back, everyone, to round 5 for the Grand Archive Canadian Regionals, hosted by Red Riot Games. My name is Kel, also known as Red Zone Rogue, and as always, at least for today, I'm joined by Cam from the Lineage Break podcast. How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back. Big round 5. Hopefully, we get an equally as exciting match as we've gotten all day.
Yeah, it's been remarkable, I would say. I was just chatting with some folks about some other regionals going around, and seeing all the water matchups here, I think, is really, really cool. So we'll have to see what we have in the pipelines here. Um, yeah, I'm down for whatever they've got cooking, basically.
Yeah, I think we're due for some villainy. Some fire decks, some Lorraine decks.
Yeah, I mean, like, and the other thing is that all of the rounds so far, at least on coverage, have been like quick, right? We've had like 20 to 30 minute rounds so far. That's
Right.
largely in part to not ever having a third game, right? So we'll see. We'll see what happens here.
Yeah, maybe this will be the one. We'll get a game 3 finally.
Yeah. Um but yeah, we haven't just seen like Fire Lorraine or Wind Lorraine decks taking the dubs. If you go watch back the stream, you'll see Water Lorraine, Water Sylvie. Yes, Water Sylvie. Um we had a Water Xander game. I won't spoil the outcome of that, but that is round 1. Definitely go check that one out versus a Fire Rye. We have not seen Rye since then, nor have we seen Xander since then. So, maybe we'll get a Xander or Rye match in the works here.
Well, if these titles are to be believed, the producers are treating us well, and it looks like we might have a Merlin v Xander matchup on our hands.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, I'm down for this. I'm very curious to see what form Xander takes. Merlin typically skews towards fire, doing a nice old fire combo with a card that we talked about quite a bit in the last match, in the Sylvie match, but we never saw the Erupting Rhapsody.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit more likely that we see it resolved this game, as that is sort of Merlin's primary plan, provided she is on fire. Looking to fill the graveyard with like cheap fire cards, stuff like Hasty Messenger and Creative Shock, make that really easy, and then fire off a big Erupting Rhapsody for the kill.
Yeah, what's very interesting here is if the Xander is Water Xander runs a ton of floating memory, and Merlin just nom, just eats it all up. So we'll see how that goes here if we are indeed playing against a Water Xander.
So it looks like we're starting off with an increasing danger. There's actually a really interesting thing about the way that card works is on the first turn of the game, you don't actually go to your recollection step. You skip right through that to materialize your spirit. So the fire player playing an increasing danger means that the card that he grants to his opponent, they're not actually going to get to use at all until their second turn. It's going to be stuck in their memory.
Yeah, good thing to note. Though I will note we do have a wind champion here on the board. So is this a Wind Xander?
Oh man, I hope so.
Wind Xander. That's wild. Wind Xander in round 5 is kind of crazy. We don't really know, and I mean we as the casters currently don't know the exact win rates of the two players here. But if that is a 5-0 Wind Xander, that is remarkable.
Yeah, if our producer is listening and could let us know what these players' records are, that would be great. Because I would love to see a Wind Xander deck doing this well. It's it's got some like real tools. There's some really deceptively powerful cards in Wind Xander. Stuff like we see on the board right now. I believe that is a Bushwhack Bandit who has critical, which is just kind of a crazy mechanic that says when it deals damage, you discard cards equal to its critical cost, or it deals double damage. So she has critical 1, so when she deals damage, either her opponent has to discard a card, or she deals 4, which is pretty crazy for a 3-drop. Again, that 4 breakpoint is so important. We've mentioned that a couple of times today.
Yeah, and you really don't want to be discarding cards.
Right.
I imagine most of the time the player is going to opt to take damage.
Mhm.
But we'll have to see. So here we have level up into, you guessed it, level 1 Rye. Um, just comes into play with some enlightened counters on him. Let's see, looking at Rye's hand, I do see a little bit of removal, right? Um, I did see the. Ooh, what is this? This is just another hasty messenger getting on
Yeah, so
in.
great. Oh, wow. I was going to say, great to get that Bushwhack Bandit off the board, but it looks like the attack is met with a reclaim, which is going to pick up that Bushwhack Bandit, give the Xander player a little bit of floating memory as well.
Yeah, not too bad. Save your dude, get some floating memory. All in all, sounds great. Um, Not sure what that second ally is. Could be just another. Well,
I
had
think
to
that's
be
a
in.
Flame Rune Swordsman.
Yeah, had to be in at least a 2 attack. Yeah.
So just developing a little bit of a board. Merlin will sort of put her opponents into this damned if you do, damned if you don't situation where she puts these fire creatures on the board, which obviously present a clock like any other ally-based strategy does. But she gets the benefit that when they're removed, they're just adding to that number of fire cards in her graveyard that she's going to eventually use to cast a big erupting rhapsody.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Here for this turn, we just have level 1 Xander into a Dream Fairy, which is nice. That's a card that I think is fantastic. And I'd seen it kind of fallen out of the wayside a little bit in some of the wind lists that I've seen, specifically Lorraine. But
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a great card, and seeing it, in play here is excellent. It's kind of like a tempo removal.
Yeah, great tempo play, especially for cards like Hasty Messenger, which is what was named here on that Dream Fairy, that just are accelerants for your game plan. So the fact that they can't cast them, or at least have to spend a removal spell on Dream Fairy first, is going to do a good job at slowing the game down a little bit.
Yeah. So just clearing up the board, getting some units on there. I do believe the unit he just played is the same one that you mentioned at the start, the one that has critical.
Yeah,
So you can just
Bushwhack Bandit. Yeah.
push some nice damage on in there.
Yeah, really powerful stat line for sure, and it's great when you can keep her on the board. That reclaim was really pivotal to keeping the pressure up with this card, because she does only have one health. So anything that can manage to connect with her, especially while she's rested, is going to get the job done. So it's it's good to see that they're trying to protect her a little bit.
Ooh, here's a nice little burn spell to take out the Dream Fairy.
Unlock that hasty messenger in hand, probably redeploy that, and it looks like we're going to use an ignite the soul instead to deal with that troublesome bushwhack bandit.
And then activate Merlin.
Eating their
Gonna-
own floating memory.
Yeah, interesting. And perhaps Xander doesn't actually have any floating memory in their graveyard. No,
Yeah,
they
I mean,
do.
eating your own floating memory, it gives you a permanent level. It's sort of like half a dozen of one, six of the other. You're going to use those eventually for your erupting anyway, but this is a little bit less interactable if your opponent has any sort of graveyard interaction.
Yeah, that's true for sure. And we're gonna see that almost every single turn. That's what Merlin wants to do. Just wants to eat cards with floating memory and gain those permanent level counters.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I'm seeing a lot of wind cards here that I don't personally play with too often, right?
Sure.
Um, some wild ones. Which one is that in particular? I do believe
Yeah, so that's a
Fairy
fairy
Whispers.
whispers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which
they're definitely putting us to the test here. They're showing us all these cards that don't see a tremendous amount of play. So
yeah. Yeah, Fairy Whispers is a 1-drop fast card that has Glimpse 3, and then you can reveal the top card of your deck after the Glimpse. And if it's Wind Element, you can put it in your hand. So it's kind of like a nice little draw spell. It's
yeah,
pretty good.
super powerful. I mean, it replaces itself. It only costs one, and it sort of digs especially in these Xander decks that are like looking for specific cards to sort of accelerate their game plan. It helps them search for those just a little bit.
Yeah, it's just once again at this current bracket, seeing a Wind Xander is awesome, and that's
Yeah.
honestly really what I wanted to see going into regionals. I wanted to see a lot of shakeups, right, in the meta.
Mhm.
I wanted to see people show like their true takes as opposed to like perhaps what is generally thought as the most competitive decks. And I think Grand Archive is so new and so young, you can make these like supposed rogue or off meta decks,
Hmm.
and they can perform. And we're seeing that today for sure.
Right. Yeah, still a very much unexplored game. So it's not like something that has millions of players or has been around for 20 years that has everything sort of figured out. It's still in its infancy, and so people are still finding strategies that work, and obviously surprising us, especially here today.
Yep, and we have Creative Shock taking out the Bushwhack Bandit into yep. Here we have a Lantern, which is pretty annoying as a fire player for sure.
For
Um,
sure.
that is going to effectively nerf a lot of Merlin's late game capabilities. Um, the lantern, of course, if you didn't know, just basically makes it so cards in graveyards are all norm element, so they don't count as fire, for example. So for cards like Erupting Rhapsody, well, it's going to be tough to pull that one off with the lantern sitting around.
Yeah, definitely like a roadblock, and a lot of these the Merlin players will often come prepared. They know that this is a pretty popular card, even in main decks, so they're going to look for something like Spurn to Ash to take care of that. But on the side of our like slower wind Xander player, they're just looking to sort of delay the inevitable, right? So this is one more thing that Merlin has to deal with before she can even consider going for the kill.
Yeah, this is an interesting play. We have a Beseech the Winds that is going to act kind of like a dungeon guide here. Um, Xander's going to opt to level up into level 2 here.
Yeah, it's very cool that you. Yeah, I don't think that they did, but you get to use floating memory when you use Beseech the Winds, which is super cool if you're able to dump a bunch of it into your graveyard before you cast that. But I think we just did the raw. Oh wow, we're just going straight into a dungeon guide as well. So Beseech into dungeon guide. Leveling up is powerful, everybody, if you didn't know, and doing so out of sequence leads to a lot of really powerful stuff. So Sander's going to go pretty low on hand size here, but hopefully, build back up, and of course, like increase that life threshold, which makes it a little bit harder for him to die to this like combo kill.
Yep, for sure. Going up to 25 life. And this is Xander Blinding Steel. I really like this one for heavy Luxem decks, and this basically tells me that like, hey, I'm running a ton of Luxem stuff, and I want to reveal some cards. So very similar to the Water Xander playstyle, I think. Just how deep he is in it, we're gonna find out for sure. Um, but yeah, essentially he wants to put cards into his memory every single turn, and he wants those cards to be powerful on reveal Luxem cards, so he can get value out of turning them face up with Xander.
Yeah, really interesting take on the Luxem deck is this Win Xander deck because, like you said, they do get to effectively play 8 copies of Dungeon Guide. So when they're looking to just
Yeah.
really hit level 3 as fast as possible, this Win deck does accelerate them towards that goal. It just does cost them a lot of card advantage in the meantime. So we'll see if, they hit level 3 very quickly, but we'll see if they can, sort of claw back and get some more cards in hand.
Yeah, and I think just kind of thinking about the available wind card pool, there isn't as much floating memory compared to water, for example.
Right.
So it is very, very like hand intensive and
Mhm.
resource intensive. But they got there, so we'll see, how much it pays off. Merlin just kind of sitting there at level 2 is gonna be there at level 2 because currently there's no way to level up Merlin past that. That will change in Fractured Crown, but currently, this is what you got. This is the Merlin. They do have 15 damage marked on him already, which is quite a bit.
So it looks like they found the Spurn to Ash here to deal with that Nullifying Lantern. So now the shields are down, but of course that did take all of their turns. So assumingly Merlin's going to look to make it to her turn, and if she does, try to fire off a kill here. But she's only at 5 remaining health, and we saw one Light Weaver's Assault get revealed here at the start of the turn, so that might be enough to just finish the job.
Yeah, I mean, Lightweavers is going to put in a lot of work. How many cards does Xander currently have in their hand? Because like Lightweavers, if you want to just play it raw, it costs 4.
Right.
So itself plus the cost, you need at least a 5 card hand. It is a pretty intensive card, like cost intensive card. Um,
Yeah, so if they
so
can cast it here, they have the game locked up, but they just might not have the 5 cards in hand.
yeah. Notably, it is a fast speed card, so you can play it on your opponent's turn.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Oh, so it's just another hasty messenger. Great card, fire all star, coming in for 1 point of damage, and then you get to loot, draw a card, to discard a card, which is fantastic. Setting up that floating memory, which of course with Merlin is really really good. Looks like they're dropping. Is that another hasty messenger?
Yeah,
Yes, I think
like
it is.
number 2. Yeah.
Just kind of digging for the answers they need so they don't die on the next turn. Notably, Xander did not play anything, so there are no cards in his memory. So he has
Oh,
nothing
interesting.
to turn face up unless he plays something at instant speed.
Yeah, looks like he's already gone back over to his turn and woken up his Luxem map there. So yeah,
Yeah,
looks like he's just going into his turn. And gonna try to find some not a huge hurdle. Just has to come across for 4 in some fashion here.
yeah. The card he get is that it's hard to tell on the screen here. Was that Carnowin? Is that the dagger or sword?
No, I believe he got Safeguard Amulet. I think that's what we're
Oh,
looking at
okay.
there.
That
Yeah,
does
but it
make
looks like
sense.
he's gonna go ahead and play a Gleaming Cut and flip up a Light Weaver's Assault, and that's enough to get the job done.
Yep. Gleaming Cut's gonna push some damage, and Lightweaver's also going to push some damage on the reveal.
Yeah, so definitely Xander in this matchup feels like he is the slower deck, but he got a ton of value off of that Bushwhack Bandit that game. I think she dealt upwards of 10 damage just because, so debilitating to discard a card that early in the game. So she usually just comes across for 4, and I think she got in 3 times there. Important to note that the Merlin deck doesn't really have any way to control their life total, so the damage that you deal them is permanent, and as he said during the game there, she can't go up to level 3, so 22 is the maximum that she gets.
Yeah, and it's I mean that's not true for Xander. Depending on what they're running, we didn't really see a lot of life gain
Mm,
that round or that match, but you do have Luxem Sight, and Luxem Sight does gain you 3 life on
right.
reveal. And if you're sitting on like multiple Luxem Sights, you can be gaining 6, 9 life a turn, which is kind of crazy. It's actually kind
Yeah.
of crazy. Um, so yeah, very interesting. I like to talk about Bushwhack Bandit real quick. Bushwhack Bandit I think it's just like if you're the opposing player, discarding a card to Bushwhack Bandit just feels bad, right? Even though
Right.
it might be the right play, it might be the correct play optimally. Like just discarding a card to prevent the extra damage just kind of feels bad. You're like, hey, I'm wasting a card to prevent the damage. But in some cases, maybe the proper play is to actually do that so you don't just die to it, right?
Yeah, I mean, usually in card games, there's this, adage that anytime that you give your opponent a choice, it's bad because they're always going to choose the choice that benefits them the most, right? But
Yep.
Bushwhack Bandit feels like you don't really have that choice all of the time, where either like you've played your entire hand and she's just automatically hitting for 4, or the card that you kept in your hand is the one that you need because you were worried about banishing it to a memory cost, and so obviously you don't want to discard it to save yourself 2 life.
And Bushwhack Bandit's only a 3-drop too, so yeah, very efficient. It's just a 3-drop 2/1 with critical 1, and you know, it pushed so much damage through that game.
Yeah, we'll see if she can come across again here and get the job done. The early pressure is all you need against these mage decks because they will get there with the inevitability. All of these mage decks have the best inevitability in the game. It's just whether or not you let them get there.
Yep. Here we have another one of the was this Fairy Whispers, I believe is
Yes,
the name of
sir.
the card.
Yeah.
Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I like this card. Glimpse 3, and then reveal the top card of your deck. If it's wind, put it in your hand. So it's kind of a nice little draw one. It has to be wind, so you can definitely whiff on it, right? You can get
Hmm.
like some normal element cards or Luxem element cards or something like that, but still a nice little draw one, and
Yeah.
it's a reasonable turn 1 play.
Yeah, I think it's a very strong card, and especially on turn one, where if you don't have floating memory, you at least can control that you're putting exactly one card into your memory, and that is the card that you're going to banish to level up if that's what they want to do. The only reason that that would get messed up a little bit is if our fire player happens to have an increasing danger to sort of randomize what card they banish there.
Yeah. And here you have it, another hasty messenger. One of the best cards in fire. We're gonna see it all day. As long as people are playing fire, I guess like not fire Riot, but every other fire deck, you jam the hasty messenger. It is sweet.
So notably that we can see the fire player's hand a little bit here. They have everything they need. I see 2 erupting rhapsodies and an ember song in their hand. So the combo is established. Now they just need to sort of turbo some fire cards into their graveyard.
Yeah, they're just kind of gonna set up, play that library witch out. Xander's gonna just immediately jam a Grand Crusader ring instead of leveling up. Um, opting for that card draw. Notably, since Xander did not level up, none of the class bonuses will be in effect because currently he's just a floating spirit, right? Not actually an assassin yet.
Right. Yeah, it looks like they opted to cast this idle thoughts, and they get to do a little cute play where they look at the top 4 and then get to draw their favorite one with Grand Crusader's ring. But it is kind of a dangerous place to be. It's deceptive how fast this Merlin deck is if they have the right cards, and staying at 15 as a spirit makes it a lot easier. Looks like we're going for a beseech, and maybe they're just going to level up right now using
That makes
that
sense.
idle thoughts.
That does make sense. It's a little bit resource intensive, right? Because you have to play the besiege, and then you have to banish it. But if this was the optimal play, it does make a little bit of sense here.
Yeah, it seems like a really heads up play by the assassin player to realize that maybe their class bonuses matter, and also that life threshold is a real thing to worry about.
Yeah, I honestly think the life threshold is probably the most important part for this.
Right.
I mean, they don't know what we know. Like, they don't know that they're sitting on the combo in hand, but you gotta at least expect it to some degree here. And of course,
Yeah,
we
you
have
got to
the
respect them, right? Just I try to always assume that my opponent has it, and I think that's a better way to go about things.
that's a rough banishing an erupting rhapsody here. Did they have redundancy in their hand? I guess we're gonna find out.
Yeah, I know they did have a second Rhapsody, but usually it
Okay, cool.
takes at least a Rhapsody and a Fireball or 2 Rhapsodies to sort of get across the finish line. So I assume that does hurt their combo potential a little bit.
Yeah, I see a couple of removal spells, like the 2-drop 2 damage, spark. Let's see. I mean, they have a lot of filtering right on board. They have 2 of these hasty messengers, so that's like 2 free loots per turn.
Yeah, it looks like
And
they're gonna opt to
blast them in the
just
face.
fire that off for the lightning bolt, 3 damage unpreventable. Try to
Yeah.
soften up their target a little bit. Gets another fire card in the graveyard, and they're already at I think like 4 or 5 fire cards there, and
Hmm.
if they get one more off hasty next turn, that adds up to making these erupting rhapsodies for like 7. And if you have a fireball that comes in for the finish, so they're getting into dangerous territory.
Yeah. So they opted not to attack with the other hasty messenger,
I think
which
that's a library witch. There's a little bit of
oh,
glare
that
on
is
the
a library
screen, but
witch. That is a library witch. Well, they also opted not to attack with the library witch. For
well,
those
that
of you
sends a
who
message. Attacking with the
yeah, yeah.
library witch. You just gotta
Get
show
in
them who's boss.
get in there. No, the library witch cannot protect allies, so the bushwhack is just going to come down and clear up that hasty messenger.
Right. Yeah. No taunt on library witch, which would be maybe a little bit too scary.
Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to think of like how much better would it be? Pretty good. It'd be like pretty good. Um, so Xander here basically needs to establish board presence. It looks like they did opt for is that a poison dagger? I think,
Yeah, it is.
which is a very very cool card. Poison dagger is one of my favorite cards to kind of combo off with, especially with kind of like Lightweaver shenanigans. So what it does is it enters rested, and then you can banish it, and you deal 1 damage to a unit, which could also be your opponent's champion. Spoilers, will likely be your opponent's champion. And then until end of turn, if that unit would take damage, it takes that much +1. So it's really great when you're revealing a lot of light weavers, and so it just makes every instance of the 2 damage like 3 damage, right? And then you add that into all the units you can attack with. You can push a ton of damage with that dagger.
Yeah, I think they're, properly determining that they have to be the aggressor here, so they're going to try to use that Poison Dagger with a combination of some ally attacks to put some real pressure on the mage here, who has thus far taken 0 damage this game.
Yeah, if you're the win player in this situation, this is not looking as good as first game, right?
Right.
You have no board presence, you haven't done any damage yet, and your opponent does have a little bit of board presence, and they're kind of already starting the necessary processes. Here we have a level 2 Xander, which I actually like his effect, but in this matchup is not going to really help all that much. Level 2 Xander basically helps you kill rested allies, and I don't imagine we'll see too many rested allies from Merlin.
No, definitely few and far between. And it is, I think, maybe a little bit of a risk here to, assume that your opponent is probably pretty close to assembling everything that they need. And you really do have to get that Nullifying Lantern out sooner rather than later.
Yeah, especially there, I do believe most of their hand is gone. They did level
Right.
up to level 3, right? And that does increase the life total to 25, so that's that is relevant. It looks like they have what 3 cards in hand left plus the 1 in their memory. Kind of hard to see what this card is being played.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Is that a
It
that might be one
might.
of the Korhazi allies.
Yes, I think that is.
Yeah, it
Let
looks like
me.
it is.
I don't think that's the 3/2. I think that's the other one. I think that's the one. That's the 2/2. Yeah, that one is Korhazi Lightblade, which
Sure.
has a on attack trigger, which is on attack you reveal a card from memory at random. If it's a Luxem card, then it gains critical 1. So yeah, this can also just push a ton of damage.
Yeah, very strong here. It looks like the random reveal was a Gleaming Cut, which is going to banish to draw 2 cards. So not only is this Lightblade going to do their best Bushwhack Bandit impression, we're also going to get to draw 2 cards off of this Gleaming Cut.
Yeah, Gleaming Cut is it's a card you can play if you need to in a pinch, but it's better served as a reveal target to just draw 2 cards for basically free, which
Yeah, I hear
is
Pot of Greed is
very
pretty
nice.
strong.
Yeah, especially when you can just do it multiple times,
Right.
have no cost. Um, and yeah, Xander's kind of setting himself up to do some nice reveal shenanigans. Um, what he really would like is light weavers, maybe some Luxem sights, so he can start gaining that life back and start dealing some incremental damage to kind of get back into this.
Yeah, he's established a board. He's gotten to level 3, so he's checked all of the Xander boxes, and now he just has to hope that he can find enough damage and enough pressure to close it out before Merlin assembles a kill.
Yeah, I mean, especially with that dagger on board, right?
Right.
Um, he's just kind of like setting himself up to get the win here. Um, so yeah, we're down to the races here. Um,
So I
is
believe
this
that is a Cemetery Sentry. That is also the new art, I think.
yes, this one is the 2/2 that you can discard a fire card and then draw a card
That is
on
correct.
enter.
Yeah.
Um, I do believe, yeah, that I think that is the new art for it.
I'm
Great
loving
card,
seeing all
and
these supporter pack arts.
yeah, I'm a big fan of them. Um, we see a removal spell just coming down, taking out the light blade, which is
Yeah, so
fair. So
interestingly enough, that was an Ember Song that they cast as the removal spell. Which it's a great card. It does deal 2 damage, but that's not its primary purpose in this matchup. So I assume that they probably have some redundancy and have another one that they're looking to cast next turn. Critically, usually the Merlin combo either requires you to have a Channeling Stone in play or to have 9 cards because you have to cast 3 different cards that cost 2 apiece. So it looks like we're at just 7 here from Merlin, so she's a little bit off from going for the combo.
Yeah, looks like Xander does have at least one Luxem Sight in hand, so he's going to gain a little bit of life there, which is not too bad.
Yeah, getting
For
below that
the
like 20 life threshold is like really important.
yeah, oh yeah. Um, this is Bushwhack Bandit, I believe, right?
Um, yes, I believe it
Yeah.
is.
Bushwhack, and then just pushing a little bit of extra damage with the dungeon guide. So for those out there who don't know the actual like full combo, can you run over for the viewers what the Ember Song combo is with Merlin?
So, Erupting Rhapsody is a card with Harmonize, and what Harmonize says is that it gets an extra effect as long as you've played a melody this turn, or sorry, a harmony this turn. So the harmony of choice is Ember Song. It's just the most mana efficient. The card text doesn't really matter. So they have to play an Ember Song to get the extra effect on Erupting Rhapsody. And what that is they can banish any number of fire cards from their graveyard. They gain that many levels for the turn, and then they deal damage split however they want, equal to their level. So usually they're looking to cast an Ember Song to turn on the Rhapsody, cast Rhapsody, give themselves plus 10, plus 11 levels, deal something like 13 to their opponent, and then finish them off with something like a Fireball since they're newly level 13.
Perfect. And so basically the key card that they're really looking for here is the Erupting Rhapsody. We did see one um in the bin. Well, one got banished earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So they're at least down to 3 here.
Yeah, it feels like they're really biding their time here because they're not under a tremendous amount of pressure. It's pretty hard for Xander to, explode a whole lot of damage unless he does something like, a double Lightweaver's turn. But it looks like he just has a couple of Luxem sites here. He's
Oof.
going to go back down to 0
Yep.
damage counters.
Gain 6 life. Yep. Um yeah, Xander is kind of like online, right? Um it's now basically up to Merlin to uh get that critical mass of levels to assemble the combo to basically one shot Xander. In Grand Archive, you can't gain more life than your champion's maximum. So the number to beat here is 25, right? You need to deal 25 damage all in one go because Xander is just going to keep gaining, life every single turn if they can keep putting cards in their memory.
And that is a reasonably tall order. 25 is a lot, and we see that our Xander player has resolved their Nullifying Lantern, which is yet another hurdle that Merlin's going to have to overcome. I was really thinking this was going to be our game 3 match skull, but it's looking pretty good for the Xander player here.
Yeah, I think I've said this already a few times. I think they've really set themselves up well here. They're in a good position. They don't have like a ton of cards in their hand, but they still have a nice little grip here. Um, it is open knowledge, right? The Merlin player has seen Xander's hand, minus the card that they drew for the turn, because it was more or less entirely revealed with Xander's effect. Um, ooh, what is this card? Is this another
I think
alternate
that
art?
might be Swift Recruit's alternate art. Yeah, so they're just coming in for a little bit of chip damage.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Just coming in for a little bit of damage here. The big finisher that Xander is waiting for is the you can do like a multiple Lightweaver's Assault if you have enough cards in your hand. You need a lot of cards in your hand to do this, by the way. I think you need about 10 cards.
Yeah,
But
it's 10.
you can deal a ton of damage with Lightweaver's Assault by playing a Lightweaver's Assault, holding priority, and then playing another Lightweaver's Assault. So you have all 8 cards in your memory to deal 8, and then another 8 with the second Lightweavers.
Yeah, and you get all of the reveal triggers twice. It's insane.
Yes, yeah, it's very nice. But once again, it's a very hand intensive play. You need 10 cards, both Lightweavers plus 8 cards to pay for them. Um, and until then, you kind of just want to sit on your Lightweavers and use it to reveal. Because Lightweavers on reveal does 2 damage to any unit, which is great. And if you can have multiple Lightweavers revealing, you can push a lot of damage wherever you need because it can deal it to any unit.
Yeah, and it looks like the Merlin player's thinking about that too, because for their materialized step, they did get a safeguard amulet, which does give them some protection from the Lightweaver's kill.
Yep.
So they're thinking that they're in the danger zone a little bit, but they're still looking for pieces, and now they have to find a Spurn to Ash to deal with that nullifying lantern. So they're going to play a cemetery sentry, do a little bit of digging, hopefully find a Spurn to Ash to deal with that nullifying lantern, but not yet. They're just going to play a cremation ritual, pick up that cemetery, draw 2 new cards.
More digging, just into the fire cemetery sentry. I mean,
At
Merlin
least,
is
like flavorful, right? Putting the cemetery sentry in the cremation ritual.
yeah. Do not pass go directly into the fire. You have 7 cards in Merlin's memory.
Hmm.
Um, so they have a decent amount of cards to play with. So they have 7 cards in their memory. I think they are currently counting the number of cards in their deck. Um, because you don't want to deck yourself. That is definitely
Right.
a thing. Or were they counting the number of fire cards? I think they were counting the number of fire cards in their graveyard actually.
I assume it's a whole lot. I think they're like well within kill range. They're just now they're sitting under this nullifying lantern that just completely shuts off the combo. So I think this is probably the turn where they could have got there for lethal if they could resolve their spells as they wanted to. But now they have to mandatory find a Spurned Ash to deal with that nullifying lantern, which slows them down yet another turn.
Yeah, they're basically slowed to a crawl, right? Because the only other option here is like Fireball, and Fireball cares about your level, and they don't have the raw level currently to do this, right?
Yeah, they're only
Um,
level 2. Merlin hasn't even been eating any floating memory, so the
yeah,
fireball for 3 is probably not going to get it done.
nope. Um, yeah, so we'll see what they draw. So that is a draw. Was that a Bushwhack Bandit off the top of the deck for Xander? Once again, a little bit difficult because a lot of these cards are not frequently played, which
Right.
is I actually find very exciting. I think it's really cool that we're seeing like an off meta deck, and not only that, an off meta deck like doing its thing, which is really cool. It's like a different flavor of Water Xander, which is like I said at the beginning of the show here, my favorite deck, and so I'm really digging the wind take on it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of really powerful tools here, and I think Wind Xander is something that you're going to see a lot more post Fractured Crown. But even now, it has like so many good creatures at its disposal that other decks just really don't have access to.
I mean, I am very much looking forward to. I believe her name is Parsonet.
Yeah,
Um, gotta love the assassin maid lady, like for sure. Um, even if I don't end up playing Wind Xander, she's probably still one of my favorites.
yeah,
She's probably still
she's
one of my favorites.
extremely powerful too.
Um, so we have got a good old dungeon guide, just kind of like chilling on the board here. I imagine Merlin, since they are not really, yeah, they just want to clean up the board. They're
Yeah,
not really doing a lot of like super proactive stuff here. They're just kind of like trying to dig for the right answers to that lantern. And well, they did grab a Orb of Regret, which once again, if you're the opposing player and you see your opponent grab an Orb of Regret, especially this late in the game, you gotta know like they're kind of hurting there.
yeah, and the Xander player just continues to put the squeeze on here. They're materialized an orb of choking fumes that,
Oh
when it
yeah.
is activated, makes all of the activations this turn cost 1 more. So they can do that on their opponent's turn to make all of their activations cost 1 more. They have that nullifying lantern still. They have a safeguard amulet.
Yep.
So there's just I think too much going on here. We might have passed the point of no return.
Yeah, and we can see here the cards revealed. We have Luxem Sight, and then we have a Dream Fairy as well. Um, yeah, Xander's just continuing to amass just a ton of advantage. I'm a big fan of the Orb of Choking Fumes, by the way. I like it quite a bit. That's a card that you can activate during your opponent's recollection or materialization, just to kind of like make all their stuff cost 1 more for the entire turn.
Yeah, and it
Very
draws a
cool.
card too.
Yeah, it's great. It's it is a personal favorite of mine. Um, And what my water Xander deck his nickname is called Orb Xander because I run like a ton of orbs. He's got all the orbs.
Xander pondering his orbs.
Yep. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. This is a big turn. We have a dagger activation. It's going to deal some damage to Merlin, but more importantly, every time damage is dealt to Merlin, it's going to deal that much +1. And so here we have a big Lightweaver's Assault
Wow.
activation. It's going to trigger all of the revealed cards and then deal extra damage here. And the number that we want to get to is 22. And we're going to have multiple triggers here, taking the opponent to 21.
Yeah, so they had a safeguard amulet, and I think they cracked it here, which is what saved them from not dying because that
Yeah,
was an
I think so.
overwhelming amount of damage.
I think
No,
so.
we're putting it back into play. What's going on here?
Maybe they didn't crack it.
Yeah, I think if you were going to crack it at all, now was the time to do it. But it looks like they do get one more lease on life. They're at exactly 21 of 22. This is the last turn they have, so they need to find an answer to that nullifying lantern and enough reserve to cast their combo. They're gonna crack that orb of regret and go fishing.
Yeah, notably, Xander cracked his orb during the beginning of Merlin's turn, so all of their cards are going to cost one more to play here, and
yeah,
it feels like a last-ditch effort for Merlin.
yeah, I think this one might be locked out here, but stranger things have happened. Hopefully they can find a route here, but a tough place to be when you know that you're dead to your opponent's recollection step reveal, right?
Yep. Yeah. I mean, they're going to take damage from all the Lightweaver reveals for sure, and I think there are at least 2 or 3 in there. As the Merlin player, you want the lantern removal, and you also need the combo kill here. Like, you need both.
Right.
Unfortunately, Merlin's not at a very high level currently, so I don't know.
Yeah,
They do
she's
have a
like
lot of cards in their
maximum
hand.
level 5 if she eats one of her own float and cracks her crystal empowerment. Yeah, they're paying 3 to cast a increasing danger here, and that just can't be what they want to be doing.
Yeah. 4 cards already in their memory. They still have a nice grip there. You know, it looks like at least 7+ cards. Trying to kind of glean what they have in their hand. I think I see a hasty messenger. I see a deflecting. I see not a ton that can save them, to be honest.
Yeah, I see a bunch of combo pieces, a deflecting edge, a tempered steel, like these really aren't getting it done here.
Yeah, and with that lantern just kind of chilling over there as Xander kind of points out, just kind of like pointing, hey, I still got this lantern, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tough road to be, but they're going to see if they can find a line here.
Well, gonna dig for more. One damage. Discard draw. Did he get it? Doesn't look super stoked about it. All right. I believe this is the moment of truth here.
Yeah.
We have the reveal, and we have, is it 3 Lightweavers? Per game. There you have it. Wind Xander going on. Wow. Didn't expect to see Wind Xander here, but you know what? We've seen Water Sylvie already take a win, so why not Wind Xander, right?
Yeah, no matter what, it feels like every time we have expectations that one deck is going to take it down, it's always the opposite. So, big shout out to Win Xander taking this one down. Which I think typically these mage decks are pretty tough for any Xander to get through, just because they usually can't provide as much pressure as they want to. But Wind does it seems like a better job than Water at pressuring their opponent, and they got the win here.
Yeah, I think a combination of like the bushwhacks, the early critical damage, plus just being able to turbo out your level 3 Xander with your combination of dungeon guides and beseech the winds, just was able to get there. Yeah, this is cool. I might have to try this deck out. I was really down on Wind Xander. It is literally the only Xander deck I don't have built.
Sure.
But I don't know. maybe I'll come around to it. Maybe I'll play it a little bit. I'm a believer.
When this guy wins the tournament, there'll be you know,
Hey,
then we'll see.
that would be incredible. That would be incredible. Um, gonna put out no bias as to who I would like to win, but I've already said that Xander is my favorite deck, so I wouldn't be sad to see Xander win a regionals for sure.
Yeah, and we're getting close here. We just have 2 more rounds after this of Swiss, and then we have our cut to top 8. So, assuming that these players are near the top of the bracket, we don't exactly have their like exact win rates, but assuming they're near the top, there you have a pretty good shot of making top 8 as long as they keep cruising.
Yeah, I'm my hope is for a fun and diverse top 8. We've already
For
seen
sure.
a lot of really cool and off meta decks here, and to see the top 8 kind of reflect that would be great. If it's a bunch of Lorraines, I would not be surprised, but um, you know, we'll see what happens the next couple rounds. Um, all in all, I'm like pretty jazzed for the turnout today and for the deck representation.
Yeah, definitely subverting expectations. Like a huge turnout, so big shots to Red Riot Games for putting on the event, and also yeah, like a really diverse field is not something I expected. I think I made a joke to our locals last night that it was like, yeah, and I'll be casting 10 rounds of Lorraine mirrors tomorrow, and it just hasn't been that, which is awesome.
Yeah, we've only had a couple of Rains, only like one actual Rye. This Merlin deck does not count as a Rye, by the way. This counts as a
Surely.
Merlin deck.
Yeah.
But those are the ones I expected to see. Yeah, I expected to see
Right.
Fire Rye and expected to see lots of Lorraines. And yeah, I'm surprised. This has been fantastic.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see a few more Lorraines before the day is done, and it's
Well,
definitely a big tournament. So we're only seeing a small slice of it, but we have 2 more rounds to go. That one actually went pretty long, so we should have a relatively short break here. So we should be back in 20 minutes or so with the penultimate Swiss round of our Grand Archive Regionals in Canada. All right, welcome back, folks, to the Red Riot Games Grand Archive Regionals in Canada. I am Cam from the Lineage Break podcast, and joining me in the booth is Red Zone Rogue. How you doing, man?
Pretty good, pretty good. Round 6 of 7. So the Swiss rounds are, well, almost coming to a close here. It's been we've seen a lot of fun and exciting matches here on stream today. I'm sure there's a plethora of Lorraines and Rise just kind of hanging in the wings, but at least we've been enjoying some very fun and exciting matches here. How about you?
Yeah, it looks like we've had a great tournament so far, and lots of like unique and off meta decks we've seen all day, but it looks like we've got ourselves a fire mirror going on here. I'm not exactly sure which flavor of each, but that feels a little bit more, up to speed. I do I do see a Tristan Grimstalker slowly
What?
crawling across the screen, and I don't know if
What?
that's true, but I sure hope so.
Yeah, that would. I mean, going into round 5, if we have a fire assassin this late in the event, that would be remarkable. Ooh, it's my boy. We got Arthur coming down turn 1, punching on in for a couple points of damage here.
Yeah,
Um,
I think he's actually coming in immortal, which is just like a really solid. Oh yeah, no, he's just coming into the red zone. Um,
yeah,
pun intended, I
smart.
guess.
Yeah. So like coming in and attacking means that he can pump up his honorable vanguard, which is great. This looks like one of the decks that I have been brewing myself, which is a fire Xander list that runs basically a lot of aggression and like team pumps, and then you try to finish the game with rending flames. Now,
Sure.
currently, we don't actually know what you know champions each respective player is on. We both still have um the spirit of fire as their champions, but looks very close to one of the decks that I've been brewing.
Yeah, a lot of
Um,
aggression for sure. I mean, Arthur is just a huge tempo play if he gets to stay on the board for any more than the turn that he comes down. He's just another one of these like team pumping effects that are so rare in this game. So anytime that they can stick around is super powerful.
yeah, and then well, speaking of not sticking around, goes immediately to the bin, and that it's fair. Oh, looks like we do have some assassin shenanigans coming in from the player on the far side there. I do believe it is Alex is the one piloting uh, that deck.
Yeah,
And like,
I hope that this Tristan Grimstalker on the bottom of our screen is not a misnomer. If they're making the active choice to go into Tristan, they're my hero.
I mean, Poison Dagger, right? In round 5, we talked about Poison Dagger and how good it is. Poison Dagger is just an insanely powerful card that deals a ton of damage. If you don't know what it does, maybe in case you don't play against a lot of assassins, it comes into play rested, and you can banish it and deal 1 damage to a unit, usually your opponent's champion. And then until end of turn, if that unit would take damage, it takes that much +1. And so it's really, really good against decks that do a bunch of tiny little bits of damage, either from like Lightweaver's Assault or just attacking with a ton of tiny little fire units. You can also make use of this little card called Korhazi Courier, which only attacks for 1, but on hit you get to draw a card and discard a card. And if you discard a Fire Element card, it deals an additional 1 damage. So Korhazi Courier by herself deals 4 damage with the Poison Dagger, which is not nothing.
Yeah, just
Um,
such an insane force multiplier to not only have access to these pumps like Arthur, but yeah, like you said, Poison Dagger with cards with like Korhazi Courier is just insane amounts of damage, and you can do that as early as turn like 2 or 3, and it looks like we're going to play another Arthur. This one is going to come in tap, so it means he's going to be immortal for the turn, but he's still pumping up that honorable vanguard, so she's going to get in for 2. But yeah, it just means that Lorraine here cannot deal with this Arthur. There's no way for her to remove him.
yeah, yeah, that's well, it's fire. Yeah, I was gonna say there are ways, but nope, she's not wind. She is fire. Fire's gonna be very very have a tough time dealing with that Arthur here. which means it looks like if I was the Lorraine player here, I would try to set up for the best possible follow-up play, since you can't actually remove their biggest threat, and removing the Honorable Vanguard is not the most exciting play. Let's put it that way.
Sure. Yeah,
Um,
I mean they've already taken 8 damage here, and especially with that that poison dagger on board from the Xander player, it seems like it's not completely out of the question that that Xander just gets to come across for 12 damage next turn.
yeah, that is a lot. It's a lot of damage. They have what, 4 cards in memory, 2 in hand, so Xander could have like a pretty explosive turn. Um, yeah, this is what I like to see out of Fire Assassin. Um, this has been like the deck that I built and have been kind of like toying with ever since Grand Archive came out. I've recently, like I mentioned in previous rounds, pivoted to a Water Xander list, but Fire Assassin is, has a special place in my heart, and yeah, he's got to read the dagger.
Yeah,
Like, that's a lot of damage, dude.
reading that
Um,
one and trying to do the math, see if he's dead.
Yeah, and like Lorraine here being level 1 doesn't have a ton of health, right? Just 20.
Mhm.
Um and how high can you count? The Arthur coming in with the like indestructibility or the immortal keyword is super annoying for Lorraine here.
Yeah, it's very very scary. Something as simple as like a couple more honorable vanguards like might be good enough to do it here. But did we see a spurn to ash cast there on poison dagger? Is that what happened?
I think so, and I would not blame them for doing that.
Yeah.
That I think that's a pretty good target for a Spurn Dash.
That at least alleviates some of the pressure. Without poison dagger, it seems virtually impossible that you're dead next turn. Not to say that you'll be in a good position, but with this amount of resources, it's going to be hard to come across for 12, which just goes to show how powerful poison dagger is as a card.
One thing I'd like to note, I just got word from the tournament organizer here that this is table 1. These are the top
Wow,
seeded decks.
really?
And we have Fire Assassin versus Fire Lorraine in the top spot. And love to see Fire Assassin here with a very strong, showing. And I also got word that Tristan is correct. This deck runs Tristan, which
I
is
love that.
also very, very interesting. Um, Tristan is just really great for cleaning up the board, basically. She excels at just killing units. And the reason you would want that in a deck like this is that you can clear up the big units that are going to stand in your way, so all of your little guys can just push through and kill your opponent.
Yeah,
Hey, look, it's a Korhazi Courier. I know that card.
yeah, it's got great art.
It does actually have great art. I believe the artist Faicha. Um, but yeah, this card is very powerful. It attacks, and when it deals when it connects, then you get a loot, and then if you discarded a fire card, you get to pick anything and deal 1 damage to it. And then it also has stealth, which is just also very, very good. Um, Lorraine here, if I was Lorraine, I'm looking for a big board wipe, right? I'm looking for my flame sweep. I want to level up flame sweep. That's kind of the best scenario, I think, for Lorraine, um, given the position they're currently in.
Yeah, we saw
And
like a snap level up to 2, which makes me think maybe they do have the flame sweep, or they're just very very confident in their decision making. But oh, it looks like it's just a rending flames here.
yeah, I mean, you got to do what you got to do. And currently, that's take out the Arthur, because Arthur presents so much damage. Man, if that spurn to ash play on the dagger was a very, very key play here, because that turn represented an absurd amount of damage. I mentioned Korhazi Courier pushing 4 damage, and it definitely could have done that and almost close out the game, right?
Yeah, I think they were almost certainly dead if they didn't blow up that poison dagger. So huge heads up play by the Lorraine player.
Yeah. Here we have just a good old Grand Crusader ring coming out on Xander's side of the field, who very well may be Tristan sooner.
Sure.
Um, But yeah, I think the big downside of this, and this is like my knowledge for this is the deck that I play probably the most, except for maybe the water variant, is the biggest weakness of Fire Xander is card draw. You can have a lot of aggression and a lot of filtering, but not a lot of card draw. You have cards that loot, let you draw a card and discard a card. So just raw card advantage is something that's pretty important in the deck, as well as just getting key pieces of floating memory, because currently Fire Assassin doesn't actually have a ton of great pieces of floating memory. Um, my list runs the Tempered Steel just for that, though you can kind of get a little bit of value out of it. But
Wow, what a flurry of blows here. We saw Gildas come down, balance active, come across for 4, and then with the remaining 3 cards in
just
their
finish
hand,
it
they
off.
they played a plant explosive prepared for the extra
Oh,
4 to get across
oh,
the
I
line there.
love it. Oh, I love it. This this is it's pretty darn close to my deck list. I don't run planted explosives, which is pretty sweet though. It's a an assassin ability that deals 2 damage, and then if you prep it, it does 4. Right?
Yeah.
Um, I dig it. I dig it quite a bit. This is like your classic red deck wins style of deck. I also run Gildas in my deck, so love to see it here. And
Yeah,
we
that was like
mentioned it
turn
earlier.
3 or something.
Yeah, Gildas can just crush. Um, the fact that we got word that this is Tristan tells me that they're all in on aggro, right? They don't care about the Lux shenanigans. They just want to kill their opponent as quick as possible. And um, my Fire Assassin deck also doesn't run any Lux except for I run Excalibur in the sideboard to clean up very very pesky threats. Um, but that's it. That's literally the only Luxem card that I have. Um, and that's also why I run Xander Korhazi's Chosen instead. Though you know what, maybe this will have me looking at Tristan. Um, yeah,
Yeah, I mean, such a lightning fast game, and especially, I assume it comes as somewhat of a shock to the Fire Lorraine player, who is almost always the aggressor. That this Xander deck came out so much faster than they did. So I think hopefully they're looking for cards like Deflecting Edge, and maybe some spot removal. But it really, usually these Fire Lorraine decks, since they're so used to being the aggressor, they don't pack sideboard cards for aggressive decks, right? They usually just look to race. So they might be in some trouble here if they don't have access to, Deflecting Edge or Focus Flames or any of those, pieces of removal.
yeah, and I do want to say that, like I said, the biggest weakness of Fire Xander typically is gassing out, running out of cards. Um, and that is something that's gonna have to be very much paid attention to in this second match here. You don't want to run out of cards, and then all you have are just all these like little weenies, like you're top decking your like little 1/2s and stuff. Um, which in tandem with everything else, very strong, just like any other aggro deck. But by itself, you're just drawing into something like this, which is your Kingdom Informant, just like 1/2 with stealth. Like drawing that late game when you've gassed out isn't the best.
Yeah, and I think maybe an unorthodox play here that hopefully works out for them is the Lorraine player lost the first game, so it was their choice to go first or second, and they chose to go second.
Yeah, that is actually kind of interesting. Maybe, I don't want to read too much into it, but perhaps that could be what they're thinking. Maybe I'll let my opponent go first, and perhaps they will either gas themselves out, or I will end up with more advantage like over time than they do.
Right, just fight over card advantage here.
And here we have a card that I think is pretty key to both decks, Hasty Messenger. Great for filtering and great for setting up floating memory. We did see them discard a floating memory card. That is the Idle Thoughts there, which
Mhm.
is great. And then here we have another floating memory card just getting immediately binned to level up into Xander level 1. I'm very curious to see this Fire Xander's list. It looks super close to the one that I'm playing, but there's a little bit of differences here. So very curious to see what they're kind of throwing out. Um, it's definitely not currently a meta deck, but who knows? After a showing like today, like I said, this is the top tables. Um, it could end up being a actual meta list. And
Yeah, I mean
then
these are both 5-0 players, so assumingly if this Fire Xander player wins either this match or the next one, they'll be locked for top 8. So a really great showing. Maybe people just weren't ready for how aggressive this deck can be. And look at this, like we come in with a Kingdom Informant into an Honorable Vanguard into a is that a Blitz Mage over there?
yep,
Just
that's a Blitz
absolutely
Mage.
putting damage on the board.
Oh, I love this deck. Blitz Mage is just a 3/1, but it's also just a 3/1, right? You get gonna punch in for 3 damage, and then your opponent has to clear it out. Once again, this is another turn where Lorraine just really wants a sweeper. Like that's what they want. It's like the best card in their deck right now is likely Flame Sweep. So leveling up to 2 and then doing a Flame Sweep is gonna be really big.
Yeah, I mean they didn't even necessarily need to be level 2. The flame sweep for 2 with their sword here would have been good
Yep.
enough, and I think that goes to show, like you said, how powerful that card is going to be in this matchup.
Yeah, and here we have just a nice little. So they played the messenger. They attacked into the blitz mage, and then they sacked the messenger with a cremation ritual, I think.
Yeah,
These players clearly knowing exactly what they're doing. They're playing very very fast. Like the last game ended in like the span of like 5 seconds from the start of the turn, right?
yeah, and thank God that they are, since all of these games have been going so long today. They really
Yeah.
need to play with the utmost speed.
Yeah, hey, it's refreshing, right? We
Right,
have like hour-long rounds, and the games last like no more than like 20 minutes or so. I
right.
think our longest one was like 40 something minutes, which was round 5.
Yeah, that
Um,
last game went pretty long, but even still, right, they still ended with 20 minutes on the clock. And yeah, like you said, the first game of this match ended, I think, in like under 10 minutes. They were really, racing to a conclusion here.
yeah, and we can't quite see the life totals here, but I do think the Lorraine has taken a good chunk of damage so far.
Yeah, she's taken at least 6. That Blitz Mage, trading not only for 3 damage, but then, soaking an attack on the crackback is, pretty valuable for a card that has no text, right? It's just a 3/1.
Yeah, it's 3 damage. It's really solid. It's a card that I've been toying with, like putting in the deck, taking out the deck. Currently, it's not in my list, but I do really like the inclusion. It is just an all-in aggro, hit you in the face as hard as possible kind of card.
Right.
Um, and that's kind of what this deck wants to do. It just wants to kill your opponent as fast as possible using a traditional like aggro deck strategy, right? Play dudes, attack with the dudes. Um, yeah, there's no combo shenanigans here, though. I would be remiss to think that they are not including Rending Flames as kind of like finisher.
Right.
Um, but it's not the same as like, Fire or Riot or something like that. This is more of a chip you down with my dudes and then maybe finish you off with a, 6 to 12 attack, um, Rending Flames.
Yeah, I mean it's a tale as old as time in trading card games that when a format is new, aggro, like red deck wins, lightning fast aggro will always rise to the top, and then as the format ages, people tend to lean more towards control. But since we've had this format for long enough, where a lot of these decks are sort of leaning towards the end game, these Luxem Xander decks, these Crux Lorraine decks, sometimes you can just get underneath those people with a fast aggro deck like this.
Yeah, I mean, like for me, when I look at any competitive card game, I think a good sign of a healthy meta is if both aggro decks and control decks are viable choices when entering into a tournament. Um, it means that multiple deck styles and archetypes are playable, and so you're not just like all aggro mirror matches or all like control mirror matches. There's mid range too. That definitely is an option, and I think all 3 of those do exist currently in Grand Archive.
So we
Um,
found that big flame sweep here off of the level 2 Lorraine.
Yep.
It's exactly what the doctor ordered. It's gonna wipe your board, draw 3 cards, and that is definitely huge. It's what Lorraine needs to get back into this.
yeah, that's exactly what they needed, and um, unfortunately, that will take out some of the stealth units on Xander's side because it just hits them all, right?
Right.
You don't need to direct the attack towards the stealth unit; you direct the attack towards everything, so it just kind of gets around that.
Yeah.
Um, so this is one of the situations where Fire Xander still has a decent grip, right? He's got like 6 total cards between cards in hand, cards in memory. Um, Once again, as the Fire aggro Xander player, gassing out is my main concern. Um, and big old board sweepers like that, a nice old like was that like a 6-for-1?
Yeah.
It was crazy because like kill 3 dudes, also draw 3 cards. Crazy.
Yes. 6-for-1 and also deal you 4 damage is so huge.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I can't forget that too. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, this is Fire Lorraine, which it will want to push some big damage as well. Even though they've been kind of forced into the more controlling position here, they still are an explosive deck.
Yeah, such a huge turn for them, going Flame Sweep into a dungeon guide, bolster their life total a little bit, which, like you said, we don't quite exactly see the Lorraine player's life total here, but bringing up that 4 life is great when you're under pressure from this deck that can do any number of planet explosives and blazing throws and what have you to sort of, get over the finish line.
Yeah, and here we have Xander materializing an orb of slowdown, as I like to call it, into a favorite, obviously, Karazi Courier. Just an excellent card, pushing in some damage. Looks like they're discarding a Rending Flames, which is interesting, actually.
Yeah.
Rending Flames, threatens a lot of damage, and so the I'm trying to think of reasons why they might be wanting to discard that, and perhaps the rest of their hand can just push more damage than that.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Um,
I can't see any of their cards in hand. Maybe they were just looting off the top. It was like draw and discard whatever the top card is. I can't see. I thought they had extra cards in hand though.
yeah, they had at the start of the turn they had 3 in hand and 3 in material,
Sure.
so they should at least have
Just
3-ish
one
in
floating over, yeah.
because they drew for turn.
Right.
We did have the orb activation on Lorraine's turn, so all of their things are going to cost 1 more, um, which is not it's not saying nothing, right? Especially on a turn where they just drew like a ton of cards. They're going to be wanting to play as many things as possible. And I think this was a great activation of the orb. Xander's just like, hey, you know what? You can try to do all of your shenanigans, but if you're going to try to this turn, it's going to cost you.
Yeah, it's at least going to make those Spirit Blood Ascensions cost 2, which, at that rate, card is still absurd, but, it's going to slow them down a little bit. It makes cards like Cruxite a little bit harder to resolve because it costs 3, so you don't, net any reserve there. So, yeah, I think a great play by the Xander player, but it looks like it wasn't enough to stop them from casting Spirit Blade and Soul, so that's going to get them a huge amount of value here. And
Yeah.
it looks like Xander's scooping it up, as that should be enough damage to go to the finish line. He's only Xander level 1, so he only had 10 health remaining, so the Ensoul itself should do more than enough to get the job done.
There you go. Either way, this is blazing fast. Hey, we actually finally got a round 3 here, or game 3, here at the top tables. Just this massive blitz fire off, which is, it speaks to me. It does speak to me once again, even though I've been playing a lot of water recently. Fire is like, the core of my enjoyment in Grand Archive so far. Whether it be Fire Rye or Fire Xander. Yeah, so I dig this. Win fast or lose fast. That's my motto. Either way, the game's gonna be done.
Yeah, it's such a powerful element and has so many tools too that I can see why people find it so appealing to play Fire, that you have so much manipulation of your hand, not necessarily card advantage, but you have so many ways to filter for cards that you need, and so you're always like taking game actions and progressing the board state. So I think that is obviously why Fire is so popular, and obviously its power level contributes to that as well.
Yeah. Once again, I'm still very curious to see the rest of the Fire Xander's deck list. There's a lot of cards that I'm curious as to whether or not they're running. Cards like Inspiring Call or Spark Fairy that can just either give you card advantage or just push just a bunch of damage. Or even Clumsy Apprentice, though I think Clumsy Apprentice, the current meta might be a little too fast for Clumsy Apprentice. You might end up killing yourself. But
Right.
like I said, live fast, die fast. So here we have Arthur just coming in. This one will come in with the invulnerable keyword because, well, he can't attack his opponent's face because they don't have a face to attack yet.
Yeah, such a great play on turn one. Like so often, these aggro decks want to resolve threats, right? But if you resolve a threat on turn one, and your opponent doesn't have a hero, and then they end up killing that ally, it means that they didn't really get any value. So Arthur is so great that you can drop him on the first turn of the game and guarantee that he survives until your next turn.
Yeah, yeah. Like I said, when we first saw Arthur, called him my boy. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Arthur. I think he is one of. I'm not gonna say he's the most underrated card, but he's very, very good. And I think everyone thinks he's like pretty good, but I think he's better than that. I think he's like
Yeah,
very good.
yeah. I think
Uh,
I think for the power level of the card, he definitely is underrepresented. Like you don't see him very often, even in like these Fire Lorraine decks that could probably make pretty good use of Arthur. Just opt not to play him. So
and
I can
yeah,
agree with you on that.
his opponent following that up with Gildas into an honorable vanguard just to punch face. I think Gildas there does not have the balance, so still just coming in for 2, right? Um, pushing a total of 4 damage. Lorraine here is I can't quite tell the card. It's in the glare. I think it might be a messenger.
Yeah, it looks like a hasty messenger to me, but again, they're already under such pressure. There's so much damage on the board, especially if the Xander player can turn on balance this turn for Gildas. Gildas herself is coming across for 5. The rest of your board is coming in for 4. You have that poison dagger on board. Again, we're in that like dangerous situation where if the board state doesn't change much, Lorraine might just be dead on the crackback.
Yeah, and we have talked about this before, but technically this is like a Tristan deck, but we haven't even seen Tristan come out. The games are so fast that you don't really see Tristan. I imagine they're mostly running Tristan either to clear the way if your opponent plays some giant wall, you know, like a Tamer player playing like a big old like 1/6 or something like that. Um, but also level 2 Tristan has more health than level 2 Xander.
Sure.
Um, and I think that could be like a very valid reason to run that instead. Um, especially when you don't think the game is going to get too long. Immediately tossing the messenger into the fire and drawing some cards.
Yeah, I unfortunately don't think we're going to be lucky enough, at least in this match, to see Tristan. But hopefully we see these players again later on in the tournament, since they're doing so well already, and maybe we can see Tristan on stream
Yeah.
just once.
Hey, yo, maybe we'll see this fire Xander versus that water Lorraine we saw earlier.
True. Yeah.
Here we have Grand Crusaders ring, just kind of coming on in. Just absolute staple. Drawing up some cards whenever he wants, which is currently maybe not right now. He's kind of just thinking about what he's gonna do. Once again, we don't have the life totals here, so we don't know how low can you go is
Right.
Lorraine, but I would imagine like pretty hurt,
It's
right?
pretty dire, I think. Yeah. The only one we can see is that the Xander player has taken a whole 2 damage, and I assume that the Lorraine player has taken a lot more than that. And even though she has the most health in the game right now, 20 isn't that big of a number.
Yeah, especially since we've seen so much damage like the last couple turns. We've seen like 4 come out just a turn ago, and then we've had you know more in previous turns. Oh, hey, look, another Gildas.
Man, we
It's the
can't tell if
Gildas.
we have balance here, but that's
He
really frightening if we do.
does have cards in hand. Is that balance? Yeah, that's game. Yeah.
Yeah, my
Wow.
God, so fast. We finally got that game 3 that we wanted, and yet the whole match is still over in under 20 minutes. What a deck that fire aggro Xander, just absolutely mopping the floor with people, and that puts that player at 6-0. So it looks like it's been going pretty well all day.
Yeah, gotta say, I mean, like I try to remain neutral when I do coverage like this, but I'm a big fan of the Fire Xander deck, since it has been my pet deck for ever since the game came out. Um, so love to see it like doing well here. A little bit of the reasoning behind that, I just really wanted to jam our collaboration card, Karhazi
Sure.
Courier. but I'm just a big fan of fire and assassin in general. So seeing it have such a sweet showing is it's cool. Yeah. Um, I don't think that's the last we'll see of this, for
Yeah,
sure. I think that's
I think you're in luck, and this
guaranteed
guy
top
is
eight.
now locked for his top 8 slot. At a
Yep.
minimum 6-1 if he loses the last round. So
Yeah, I think Fire Xander, um, Alex there is yeah, I think he's locked in for top eight, which is great. Not sure of the breakdown currently because we don't really have a standings list, but I think Eason on his Lorraine also has a decent chance of making it into the top eight, especially if he wins the next game. If he wins the next game, I think he's it's a win and in,
right.
but he still might have a decent chance at yeah, at 5-2.
Yeah, math has never been my strong suit, but I believe at a tournament this size, at 7 rounds, you should squeak in 1 or 2 X2s, and definitely going undefeated until the last 2 rounds gives you usually the best breakers of the bunch. So
Yep.
I would say, even if he loses his next game, he has a really good shot of making it into the top cut.
Yeah. Yeah, coming down to it, it's gonna be pretty exciting. We still have, including top eight, we have 4 more rounds. We have 1 more round of Swiss, and then we have our top eight cut, where we'll do all 3 of them, and it should be fun. I'm really looking forward to seeing who we get in the top eight. Love that Fire Xander is there. I'm sure we'll see some amount of Lorraine's. Would love to see at least a Rye in there because Rye combo is always really fun, and maybe fingers crossed, maybe we'll see one of those Sylvies
Right.
get in there, right? That'd be pretty cool. At least one water deck would be pretty sweet in there too. I hope the water Lorraine that we saw earlier is kind of still kicking around.
Yeah, I'm super curious to see what the breakdown is because I know the producer has been picking us interesting matches, which of course we appreciate, but it's a very large tournament, so there's a lot of decks running around, so it's pretty unclear to us how many for all we know there could be exactly these Lorraine players and 90 Sylvie players, right? So hopefully we
I,
get an interesting top 8.
yeah, I think it's going to be pretty interesting either way. Just the fact that we have a Fire Xander up there is pretty sweet. And like we said earlier, that this was the top table. Um, so yeah, um, great weekend for Grand Archive. I did hear rumors of a Fire Xander doing pretty well at the New Zealand Nationals as well. So
Awesome.
guess what? I think Fire Xander might be one of the eye-opening decks for a lot of folks out there. I've been pretty high on it ever since. I've streamed gameplay of it a few times, but yeah, great to see it show up at the first major tournament showing.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
dig
it
it.
can't be understated. Like cheap, efficient threats and a clock. There doesn't matter what game you're playing. In all trading card games, that sort of strategy always could have some sort of purchase, and I think it really does in Grand Archive, especially in this metagame.
Yeah, I mean the fact that they barely leveled their champions up, like
Right.
I think says a lot, right? Um, I think it's a good thing too for the health of Grand Archive because it shows that all the decks don't have to be like champion centric decks where like the champions dictate how the deck wins. It You can make it so that your deck, it's more centered around the deck and the cards in the deck. Though that's not to say that the champion centered decks aren't centered around their decks. What I'm saying is that like, the reason like Fire Ride pops off is because Stormseer can, gain a bunch of levels and allow you to do crazy combos. And the reason why Water Xander works so well is because Xander's flip effect every single turn or reveal effect every single turn, and then similar with like Lorraine getting her advantage. But getting to like level one and closing out the game is interesting, and yeah, I like it. I like it so that all the decks don't have to be exactly built around
Right.
champion.
Yeah, I mean those advanced elements are so powerful, and we see that littered all over the game. So it's great to see that like strategies, and I know the development team has said it a couple of times that they're trying to push the game into a direction where those non-advanced element strategies are equally as viable, and I think we might already be there in the first set with these fire decks really coming out in full force, and even stuff like the Sylvie decks that we saw earlier that don't even touch the Terra side of their
Yeah.
class. I think it's really cool that these mono element decks can still get the job done.
Yeah, and I will also say, I mean, as we're watching this, we're watching these blazing fast rounds. I will say that with the Fractured Crown coming up, it does seem like they're really pushing a lot of cards that help slow things down quite a bit. Um, so we'll have to see what the meta looks like going into a like pre-ascent season, and what things look like after ascent, because that is like the real big litmus test for me. That's going to be the first like very large Grand Archive event, and we already know that it's sold out, which is several hundred players, and
Right.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how things pan out. I personally will be attending and competing in the event, and brewing decks post Fractured Crown is going to be really fun. I think. Obviously, I've been talking everyone's ear off about Xander. There's a good chance I play some form of assassin, and water is currently my favorite, but fire is still sweet. Though I will say, fire doesn't get as many cool things in Fractured Crown as water does. So
Cool,
it
like
gets, it
because
gets
they're water cards. Is that what you
yeah.
mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
though there's some nice stuff for fire, but not as many nice things.
Yeah,
Um,
I think I'm leaning towards water as well. Yeah, me and the team will also be at Ascent in Houston, and
nice.
I think I'm definitely leaning towards water. That may or may not be connected to my SP Blue Nets that I really want to play, but um, I think water does get a whole lot of tools and definitely needed the most. I think it was like by far the weakest element in Dawn of Ashes, but I think that Fractured Crown will definitely like bring it up to meet the other two.
I think it might be one of the best post Fractured Crown. It's hard to say right now, but they're getting so many good things and so many like game altering things that you can't currently do in Grand Archive. Like water gets a ton of the fractals.
Yeah,
Uh, there you can use like any element can use fractals. There are fractals, there's some generic ones and all that kind of stuff, but water gets a lot of them, and being able to leverage your fractals for resources rather than cards in hand as resources, I think will fundamentally change how these decks just work and how Grand Archive plays.
mm-hmm.
I think it's more so than something like Mana Rocks or something like in Magic, because anytime you play a land down, it's still like a permanent that sits around. But in Grand Archive, your resources are ephemeral. It
Right.
changes from turn to turn based on what's in your hand, but having the fractals fundamentally changes that. And I think water is best poised to leverage that, especially with all of the control options they're gaining, like the new pseudo counterspell type card, plus just a bunch of other really nice things, such as cards that make your opponent discard from their memory, and that's also a fractal. That card's insane, by the way. Um, yeah. So currently, basically the point is we've seen these blitz fast, lightning rounds, but I think Fractured Crown, I think things will slow down a bit. Um, that would be my prediction. What
Yeah, I
you said?
mean,
Oh, go ahead.
sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna ask you a question. I was gonna ask you. You mentioned that you're gonna be playing in Ascent and likely Water. Do you have any ideas of what deck you're kind of like eyeballing right now?
Yeah, so I've been we've been doing some limited testing here at the store, and I don't want to give away too much, but testing with some Water Xander because I do think that he gets a lot of
Nice.
huge upgrades, and also the new Merlin I think is huge. I think Merlin level 2 is like a deceptively really powerful card, but the downside is that she couldn't go to level 3, so I think leveraging that is going to be really good.
I agree. New Merlin seems crazy, but we are still here for the Red Riot Games Canadian regionals for Grand Archive. We have one more round in Swiss coming up in likely, just a few minutes. So we'll see y'all then. All right, and welcome back to our seventh and final round of Swiss for the Grand Archive Canadian Regionals, hosted by Red Riot Games. Here we are, kind of joining, not really mid-match, just at the beginning of the match. My name is Kel, also known as Red Zone Rogue, and I am joined by Cam from Lineage Break. How's it going, man?
Hey, what's up, Kel? We are back, and your favorite person's back too.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like, absolutely love to see the fire Xander kind of just run back here. Um, looks like we're gonna have maybe a chance to see Tristan hit the board. We'll see.
Maybe.
Or maybe he'll just stay a spirit and smash with all his fiery goodness.
I
Um,
mean, starting off great. It's, I think of the last match and this one, he started with Arthur on turn one, like 3 out of the 4 games that we've seen.
I think turn one Arthur has won him the game every game so far. So we'll see. We'll see how that pans out here. But still, like, you got to be pretty happy. Turn one
Yeah.
Arthur, and he's unkillable.
It looks like he's battling against another fire deck. I think probably this time looks like Lorraine. I think I see a Crux card in hand there.
I think I see a fireball.
Oh.
It might be one of my favorite matchups actually. This might be Fire Rye or maybe Arcane Rye versus Fire Xander, a matchup that I've played quite a bit. And yeah, you definitely need to read the dagger. The dagger's going to do a ton of damage. This really forces Rye to answer the board. That's kind of be the kind of the name of the game here. How much, if this is a Fire Arcane Rye, how much they can answer the board here, because you will get swarmed if you don't keep up.
Yeah, I assume that you've played this matchup mostly from the Xander side. How do you feel about it?
Yes, mostly from the Xander side, just because I don't have a lot of friends who play Fire Xander, to be
Sure.
honest. I do really enjoy Arcane Ride. These are some of my favorite decks in the game. I feel great about it, actually. Basically, I want to dodge their Anger the Skies and their Purge and Flames,
Sure.
and just run them over with as many dudes as I possibly can. It puts them in a really tough situation because they don't have a ton of removal. Like, they have a decent amount, but it's really going to force them to focus on that rather than focusing on their game plan of assembling their combo. It forces them to do two things at once, and you know, it's just better for you. And sometimes you can just run them over. Your deck is so fast.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great start to that end, right? We have this Arthur on board, followed up by a Korhazi Courier and an Honorable Vanguard. Just on turn one alone, or on the first attacking turn alone, we're doing 6 damage here to the Rye player.
Yeah, and I know at least for my version of Arcane Rye, I only run a couple of the board sweepers main deck. I think I just run 2 Anger and 2 Purge, and then I run the other 2 of each of those in my sideboard. So I'll be very curious to see how many Rye draws into. Those are going to be some of the key cards he gets. Other ones are going to be stuff like Creative Shock, which is just a great little filter. Well, it's a um, draw 2, discard 2, and then if you discarded a fire card, deal 2 damage to a unit. That's a great way to just clear up the board and further your game plan. But other than those, there's not a whole lot. I mean, you really want to be saving your fireballs for the kills, unless for the actual win, unless you have to. And if you see your fire Rye opponent using your fireball on like your Gildas or something, I think you're pretty happy.
Yeah, we're seeing a real dangerous play here, where the Rye player is just casting increasing danger, which is giving his opponent a card, and then passing the turn. So looks like Xander here is going to untap with everything he started with. Poison Dagger up, 7 cards in hand.
Oh no!
6
All right,
maybe,
well,
but,
don't underestimate the damage that Fire Assassin can put out. I think we talked about it in round 6. That dagger does 1 damage to a unit, usually your opponent's face, and then it increases the damage that unit takes for the entire turn by 1. So, for example, if he used that currently, the Korhazi Courier would deal a total of 4 damage, 1 from the attack. Well, here we go. Yeah, he's just cracking it immediately. Takes 1, and then he's going to take 3 from the yeah, he's like, hey, this is what this does. He's
Right.
gonna take 3 from Arthur, and then he's gonna take a total of 5 from the Quasi Courier, and then another 3 from the Vanguard. This is a
Yeah,
lot of
I
damage.
I think if I did the math right, just on board it puts Riot at 1 health. So if he has any other card in his hand that does damage, I think he's got it locked up here.
Yeah, he just needs to play anything that attacks. Um, and the fact that he discarded a Creative Shock tells me that he probably has
Sure.
the win.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
got something. Yeah, there we go. Another 5 damage. Why not? You know.
Yep. And yeah, like I said, the deck, if you don't respect it, it will just run you over. You
Oh,
have to clear their board.
and it looks
Does
like he
he
might have a
have?
fireball to at least save them a turn. Get rid of this Korhazi courier before it can get too much work
Yeah.
done.
Yep. You
Go
have to, right?
1.
Like once again, like oh, and then he has
Yeah.
wait, wait, is that
The
squirrels?
woodland squirrels, yeah. Coming
Is
in
that
for the
squirrels?
kill.
For 3 damage, dude. That is a 3 damage squirrel. 1 from base,
Jesus.
plus 1 from Arthur, plus 1 from dagger. Um, like I
And that
said,
was turn 3. Literally turn 3.
Fire Xander is the truth. The deck,
Man.
like, I shouldn't even call it Fire Xander. It's just Fire Assassin, right?
Yeah, it's just fire stuff, man, you know.
Like you just play all of the things and you just punch your opponent's face as hard as possible. You
Right.
really want that dagger, which is why you play Assassin, because the dagger is a class bonus to get that extra point of
Right.
damage, right? It's why you can't do it in like Fire Lorraine, but it's just so low to the ground and so efficient and like full of so many like redundant threats. Like you just needed like any dude to play, right? And it just
Right.
happened to be the woodland
The woodland
squirrels.
squirrels. Free 3 damage. Seems like a pretty good rate to me.
Yeah. Um I very much like this list. His list is very much more all in than my personal list. Like I don't run the squirrels, for example, but yeah, just seeing the raw power of it today is making me take some notes. Let's put it that way. I'm taking some notes here, and I'm like, note to self: add squirrels to deck. Um, 0 cost 1/1 squirrels.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
starting to think that Alex here has put Tristan in his deck just to tease us, and we will never see it.
I can I can see a Tristan coming out if he really needs the life, or if the opponent plays like maybe they're Sylvie and they play like an ancient silverback
Sure.
6/6 that
Yeah.
they give like intercept to, right?
Sure.
Like I can see that because that is an absolute brick wall that the deck can't overcome unless they're running like flame trap or something like that.
Right.
But Tristan can her attack kills any damaged unit. So yeah, so that's just a baked in way to overcome that particular weakness.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of brick walls kicking around in the format right now. I think is why this lightning fast aggro deck finds so much success. Is there's nothing in the game with taunt yet. The things with intercept are like pretty anemic until you get into like level 3 Sylvie stuff, but she never even gets the chance to get there. So
Right.
I think this Rye player is going to really need to like you said, hopefully have the sweepers in his board. Maybe he's packing. Library witches, which are great to at least sort of stem the bleeding here, but it's definitely an uphill battle. I would have to assume that if I'm the Rye player here, I'm on like find a sweeper, orb of regret for sweepers, creative shock for sweepers.
Yep. Yeah, you just like I said, it's the 2 big sweepers. It's the Anger of the Skies and Purge and Flames are the 2 big ones. And if they don't have them, then you'll just get run over basically. Like they're the way the Fire Arcane Rye works is they're kind of almost all in on their combo. Like most things like draw them cards, put enlightenment counters, like let you do some deck manipulation shenanigans. There's not a ton of efficient removal. Most of your efficient removal you use to kill your opponent, right?
Right.
Like your fireballs and that kind of stuff. Um, and yeah, I mean, like other than that, most of the decks run like Ignite the Soul, which does 1
Mm-hmm.
damage, and Creative Shock, which does 2. And if you're sitting at like a 2-3. If you're staring down like a 2-3 Arthur who's just pumping the board, like you have to throw like a fireball or something at it to kill it, or like double
Right.
up on some spells. So yeah, I do think this matchup is very favored into the aggro Xander, and like I said, I anytime I come up with a match, I'm like, hey, do you have your board sweeper? If you got the board sweeper, we got a game. If you don't, well,
Oh
you're
wow,
just gonna be dead.
that is
Oh, here's a
so gross.
here's just a Gildus for 4, and is that Kingdom Informant for just another point of
Yeah.
damage there?
Yeah, all I'm saying, Kel, is he had 8 cards in hand, right? So he plays this woodland squirrel, which brings him down to 7, and then he casts
Spicy.
Gildas, and it turns on balance. It's too good.
The best part about that is if it was balanced the other way,
Right.
he could have did that first, attacked with Gildus, and then played the squirrels. Like
Mm-hmm.
either way, with the squirrel in hand, he can make sure that he can have balance. Give or take a few cards, right?
Squirrels are looking pretty broken here, Kel. I don't know what to tell you.
I like the squirrels. I don't know. I was not considering the squirrels before this. I am now considering the squirrels. I'll just put it that way. Like reevaluating some of the cards in my deck and being like, maybe the squirrels get in. Maybe the squirrels get in there. Yeah.
So I don't see any sweepers here on the side of Alexander, but I do see a couple of efficient removal spells. It looks like he has a focused flames in his hand,
Okay.
which
Yeah.
will
Yeah.
hopefully deal with some threats. I think he has a sparkleite as well.
Yeah. Both of those will definitely help for sure. Looks like his version of the deck is maybe a little less all in than some of the other ones that I've seen that are just kind of like glass cannon combo. That do run stuff like the Sparkleite and the flames, which is like that's the one that does like 4 damage, correct?
Correct. Yeah, it's a 1 for 4, but it's slow speed, which is a little bit scary here.
Yeah. Squirrel's coming in, just a little chipping on in. That dagger is going to deal just so much damage. It threatens so much damage. When I realized what the dagger actually did, I literally put it in every single assassin deck that I played. I'm like, this is crazy. It's crazy good. When you think about other cards and their effective damage from the material deck, I think it usually balances to maybe like 2-ish or something like that.
Right.
The dagger represents like a disgusting amount of damage.
Yeah, and I think we've seen him get it turn 1 of every single game, no matter what. And I think that's pretty telling of that card's power. That he, turn 1 he'll get a poison dagger, and then turn 2 he'll level up to Xander to turn it on, and that's usually all there is.
Yep. We do have a just absolutely fantastic ally coming down with the messenger there. Like I said, I mentioned this earlier today, but I mean that's probably one of the most played cards in this tournament, to be honest. I think
For
you
sure.
just jam that in almost every single fire deck. I'm not sure if Rye runs it, but every other fire deck is just.
I think she has
freaking
maybe
crazy.
been on board every match that we've cast today.
I think you are right. Did we do one that doesn't have fire? No, I'm just trying to think back on the last six
Right.
six rounds. Like,
It's been a long day.
yeah, for sure. So we're starting the turn with 2 units on board. The tricky thing with the board sweepers for Rye is that they're expensive, right? One of them, well, Anger of the Skies isn't expensive, but it's arcane, so you have to be level 3. And the other one, Purge and Flames, is an 8-drop that has efficiency. So either way, you need to have a high level, or you need to be have Arcane Element active. And both of them deal 3+ damage, so it's just really great board sweeper against against the Xander deck. So I think that's the plan for Rye here. Like survive until you can board sweep, and then you need to make efficient use of those board sweepers. They're both slow, so you have to plan out your turns properly. Yeah, that's just kind of like the name of the game here.
Yeah, I think pulled to the front of his hand here is an Anger of the Skies. So
Yep.
it looks like he's got that both metaphorically and literally at the front of his mind. So
Yep.
the goal is to survive. And if
Yep.
you can get to level 3, I think he has a dungeon guide as well. So he's only a turn or 2 off from starting to stabilize. But like you said, those sweepers being slow means that if he goes too low on life, even if he sweeps the board and then, his opponent plays a couple of creatures, then it's still going to be all over.
Yeah, and those sweepers are so important that he has to be very careful about using them as memory costs, right?
Right.
Uh, like if I'm him, I'm just like I don't want to play this in my memory at all because this is the card that makes it so I don't immediately like just die. Um, but it looks like we have a little bit of a judge question currently. So we'll let that resolve before we continue on here. But I do think Rye is kind of found themselves in a tough matchup. Like we saw
Yeah.
the opposite of this with on the first round, right? We saw the Fire Arcane Rye go up against the Water version of Xander, and that was against an opponent that is meant to be very very slow and very very methodical, and they were able to set up their combo. Here, as we see, we're just like, yo, I'm gonna throw this dagger at you and then hit you for a bunch. So we have the dagger doing 1 point of
Oh
damage.
man.
We have the messenger dealing another 2 points of damage. Um, he's got a lot of cards in his hand. Xander,
Yeah, he only has
informant.
to come in for 5 here, because Rye is
Another.
19 health base.
Well, here's 5. Oof. So now this is like saying, hey, do you got a fireball?
Right.
Do you got something to kill my Korhazi courier? And it
It
looks
surely
like
has to.
I
I think
I
he still has
think
that Sparkleite.
yeah, so Sparkleite does is it 2 or 3 damage? It doesn't matter.
3,
Korhazi
yeah.
Courier has two health. So that'll do it. And it's an instant speed card, so I mean that is what he needs to not immediately die here.
Looks like he might
Considering
opt for a fireball. No, he's going to opt to use the fireball. He had to cast that Sparkleite.
all right, so Sparkleite still has cards in hand, so if Xander can follow this up, which it looks like he's going to. Um
What are we attacking with here? What
oh,
what
all
did
right.
we miss?
Yeah, I'm not.
What happened here? Oh, he played an ignited stab. That's the top card of his graveyard there. So if you prep ignited
Oh,
stab, it's an attack for 4 that goes up to 5 from the
yes.
poison dagger. My
Yep.
God.
Wow. Well, that was a blazing fast round.
Yeah,
But
we
that's
we made a record for sure. It's 8 minutes. 8 minutes into the round and it's over.
yeah, ignited stab. Yeah, I didn't even see it. Like it was just there and like a flash, man. Um, crazy. Like the dagger, dude. I told you once I saw the dagger hit the field of just like the first time today, I'm like, this dagger is a big deal. This card
My
can
God.
push so much damage. Um,
Those back-to-back turn 3 kills. That's not okay, man.
And here's the thing, Fry even had the board sweeper in hand. Like
Right.
he was just sitting on it, but he was unable to actually use it because Fire Xander killed him before he could, even like properly plan it out. Um, and this is the power of Fire Xander. I've said it. Fire Xander is the truth. This deck is insanely strong, and everyone who is like, Lorraine is the, undisputed best deck in the game. I'm not saying it's not, but I'm saying I think Fire Xander needs to be in the conversation now.
Yeah, for
Um,
sure. At least in that, rotation, after seeing Alex's just dominant performance today, going, undefeated into the top 8, makes him probably first seed. Is,
yeah,
this deck is definitely just a force to be reckoned with. The 9-minute round is just like, my
yeah.
brain can't comprehend the
There's
9-minute round.
there's still 40 minutes on the clock. Like that's crazy. So yeah, I mean like, so we definitely have like just thinking about top 8 here. We definitely have uh Fire Xander or Fire Tristan, whatever you want to call it, going into the top 8, 100% guaranteed, probably top seed like you said. Um, we have Alexander with his Rye deck, probably also make it in if he was undefeated going into this match.
Right.
Being 6-1 is pretty guaranteed, right? I think any 6-1s likely get into it.
Yeah, I
Um,
think so, for sure.
yeah, with 118 participants, I don't know the exact math, but I think 6-1s get in, and then maybe a couple 5-2s. It depends on how things kind of shake out. But either way, I think we'll see both of these players again. you got to know Alexander's got to be like, I got to dodge this. You know,
Right.
I got to dodge this matchup, which is likely gonna be the case going into top 8 if I had to guess. I don't think they'll be paired immediately against
Yeah,
each other.
if we assume these are the top 2 players, and if my quick math on my calculator is any indication, I think after 7 rounds there should be exactly 1 undefeated player. So our undefeated player should be Alex here.
Yep.
And then, yeah, that would put Alexander probably 2nd or 3rd seed, depending on breakers, which means he'll at least dodge the dreaded squirrel Tristan deck for at least a couple of rounds if he can make it,
It's so
through.
good.
Yeah.
It is so good. I love it. I love it. Yeah. It's very curious to see who else makes top 8. So this is at least a Xander and a Rye. You know, I know a lot of folks expecting a lot of Lorraines, and I have seen reports from other regionals. We have seen a lot of Lorraines. You know, you'll have like 3 wind Lorraines, a fire Lorraine, another fire Xander. So I do believe overall the cat's out of the bag on fire Xander here. I think there are
Sure.
some folks who have realized how good it is. And it's only a matter of time before it kind of like becomes a big thing. Though I will say we do have Fractured Crown right around the corner, and I think the meta is going to shake up wildly. Um, but before that, we do have our top 8 coming up next. So we have 3 rounds of the top 8. I think it's going to be really exciting. Definitely going to keep an eye on that fire, Xander, and we'll see you in a little bit for that. Stay
We'll
tuned.
see you then.
All right, how's it going, folks? So the players deliberated on how they wanted to split the event packs, or split the prizing, and they all essentially conceded to the Fire Rye. So this will be the first larger tournament that at least I have seen where a Fire Rye has took first place. So what we're going to do is he's going to throw up a deck profile shortly here with his new champion playmat. We'll get a little bit of zoom in on it, and then we're going to close up the stream. I just want to say a big shout out to Red Zone Rogue and to Webway Games, as these two have done a heck of a job streaming this. And if you guys get a chance, follow them on their socials. Did you guys want to have any last comments here before we end?
Hey, how's it going? Yeah,
Hey.
that was a sweet tournament. Yeah, that Fire Xander was absolute monster, dude. Like, so it is deserved. It was the Fire Xander that ended up taking first, right? Or was it-
Correct.
You said Riot. Okay.
Yeah. No, it was generally I turned my mic off. It was a general consensus that like his deck was operating on a whole different level. Uh, Hilariously, he said he never played Fire Xander before today. So,
Well,
it's going to be an interesting deck profile, to say the least.
yeah, I mean, like, it's like, classic aggro, right? Just red deck wins. Just he's running the 0 cost 1/1 squirrel that ended up dealing 3 damage that one turn. Like, crazy stuff. And I think it was a deserved. I think he was the favorite going into the top 8 anyway. That's the deck that I think we were all kind of like thinking about was going to take it. So
He definitely had the spice on stream because he was much more exciting to watch than more of the Lorraine shenanigans. But I think like definitely, if we get a chance to do an event like this in the future, we'd love to have more representation of a character spread just like we had today. And I think, I'm really proud with how things turned out and how the players have felt about the event and some of the exciting matches. I try to get some really cool things going on, like get a Merlin, get the spicy Merlin on there when I could, and we actually had a two tamer match. Like, how cool was that? So
yeah.
Yeah, it was a super diverse tournament. It was great to see so many different decks represented, especially like the Tamer mirror. It's super like shout outs to Alex for piloting Fire Xander. He did great, and I think that's a deck that we love to see, and we're glad that he sort of found something that wasn't one of the big established decks that we sort of expected to see this weekend.
And you know what? If anything, I think this also kind of gives credence to like, okay, yeah, maybe the Fire Lorraine is like the main deck, but you just can't count out any deck ever. Don't sleep on any deck because I'm positive no one saw that coming.
Yeah, I think I'm like one of the only people who's like has a Fire Xander deck even built. So I'm very, very happy to see one just, come on in and just destroy the competition, honestly.
And be such a strong presence too. Like, I mean, I think everybody was sitting there saying like, I didn't expect that.
Yeah, it did the last round, round 7, it was 8 minutes total. Like for all of the games, that was insane. Like the dude won he had 4-minute games. Like, it's crazy.
Red Zone Rogue, you're a giant Xander fan, are you not? You're a Fire guy?
Yeah.
All right, so how do you feel about this? We're going to hand the mic off to our champion here today, and he'll go through a deck profile, and if you want to ask a few questions, you can go ahead.
Yeah, sure.
All right, 1 sec, we'll just make sure we got this nice and clear. Okay, so I'll hand it off over to him. Here's your champion, Alex.
How do you want me to go through this?
Well, you just start.
Hey, Alex, how's it going?
Good, good.
However you'd like. Can you hear us?
Your materialization deck, then your main deck, and go through your sideboard.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay,
Hey, congrats,
sweet.
man.
Thanks.
I was when I saw you rock down with the Fire Xander, I was like, oh hell yeah, here we go. It's a deck that I've been fiddling with for a while, and yours is much more all in than the version that I've been playing with. So when we saw the squirrels come down, I was like, oh yeah, he's all in on the aggro.
Yeah, I had to upgrade the squirrels just because they're so important.
Yeah.
We got the promo versions.
Nice. Yeah, I mean the squirrels did like what 3 damage in round 7, just kind of out of nowhere.
Yeah, that one
Just,
game.
yeah, it's good.
All right, how do you want me to go through
There was
this?
like a couple of turn 3 kills in the last, a couple of rounds, and I think a large part of that was Gildas and those squirrels, and I think you had a Arthur on turn 1, like 3 or 4 games that we watched. So
Yeah,
definitely insane stuff.
Yeah, so I guess you can start just by like talking about your material deck. We talked about on stream a lot the dagger. The second I saw the dagger hit the field, I'm like, yo, this is a really really big deal.
Yeah.
The
So
poison dagger.
I mean, the material deck is basically just a toolbox. You have Xander, Tristan. Tristan, I'll get to later, I guess. But I don't think I played her at all today.
Okay, okay.
GCR is important. Safeguard Amulet, just in case you're running behind, like bricking against the Arcane Riot decks. Poison Dagger, very important. I'll get back to that. So I would say these cards are the important ones, and then everything else is just a toolbox. So Safeguard Amulet against Rai, Blinding Orb against honestly anything. If you need to like stall a turn, it also draws you a card. Bauble Abundance. I would say these two, Bauble and Grand Crusader's Ring, are helpful with the Gildas, just to try to get the balance right. Because sometimes your numbers are a little off. I actually didn't use the Poison Coating Oil, but it's just an extra 2 damage because I have a bunch of stealth units in my deck. Orb of Choking Fumes also just to stall as well, usually against either Rai sometimes or against like Ascension Lorraine. And then Orb of Regret if my hand's bricky.
That makes sense. I nicknamed my Fire Xander deck Orb Xander because he has so many orbs in,
Yep.
in the material deck. Yep.
Yeah, and then Assassin's Ripper is super important just so you can double damage with Rending Flames, and then Poison Dagger because you're trying to swarm them, you're going to do a lot of instances of damage, and of course it's going to help.
Sweet. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah, like it's interesting because you don't ever plan on really going much higher than level 2 at the max. You know, like you said, we never even saw Tristan. We knew that Tristan was in your deck. And we're kind of waiting for her, but she never even hit the field. When would you have wanted to play Tristan? That's something we were talking about on coverage. Like, when would you have actually wanted to do it?
So basically, when I'm getting stalled out with like, it's usually going to be wind with intercepts that I'm gonna like not be able to kill them early. So that when I get stalled out, she'll give prep counters because I'm playing a bunch of cards like where is it? Like Ignited Stab uses the prepare.
Yes.
Planted Explosives uses the prepare to do extra damage, and then of course with the Assassin's Ripper, if I just want to do the extra damage again. So like.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep.
That's exactly what I guessed, by the way, on coverage for Tristan. I was like, it's probably there just to deal with like big, chunky, like intercept digs that all of your tiny guys can't get through.
Yeah, it's less the ally hit actually. It's more the at end of turn you get a preparation counter.
That makes sense actually. Yeah.
Yeah, because it just if I want to like go for game, I need the extra reach with my prepare spells.
How many of each of the repair spells, like the prep and the?
It's 4 of each. So 4 ignited stabs, 4 planted explosives.
And then I guess next we can just kind of talk about like your main deck. Obviously you're not running any advanced elements, but just kind of like your allies and then your other spells and stuff.
Yep. So it's like a pretty. I don't know if you play other card games, but it's like a pretty standard burn deck where you're playing a bunch of allies. So Arthur to buff everyone, of course. The very important squirrel. There's a couple mark the targets to add preparation counters again, but also it's pretty good with the Assassin's Ripper because it'll just do 2 damage.
Nice.
Oh, sorry, the Opposing Dagger.
Yeah.
4 Gildas, of course. I'm gonna take out the allies.
Cool. Sounds good. And yeah, you could say that I play a few card games. We were discussing on coverage that your deck felt very much more like a classic red deck win style deck. You have burn to kind of go over the top, and all of the very very low cost efficient bodied.
Exactly, yeah.
Allies.
Alex, was there any like matchups that you were particularly worried about going into this tournament?
So I feel like Fire Lorraine and Win Lorraine are pretty close as a matchup. So Fire Lorraine is actually the one match that took a game off of me, whereas every other game it was 2-0.
Sure.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
because they're playing like basically the same package, they have a chance to kill me before I can kill them, and it's just a race at that point. And then win decks with a lot of intercepts, like if you're playing ASIN protectors or even the Swift recruits, like just if you can block me, that's good enough, usually.
Yeah, that does make sense. How many card draw cards do you run in the deck? Like, do you run the cremation ritual or
Yes,
any like?
so I am running cremation rituals. I am running the creative shocks. And then I think that's it for the card draw, and I'm just filtering with the center sentries, with the hasty messengers, and of course creative shock.
Yeah.
So it's a little more focused, right? There's only a few, I think it's 3 honorable vanguards and then 4 tempered steels. So not that much floating memory because I'm not leveling up that much.
Yeah, I mean, most of the games that we saw you play, you ended at either level 1 or even sometimes level 0.
Yeah,
Still in
that
the
one game.
Yeah. 4-minute game.
Yeah, I don't think I missed anything. Oh yeah, there's the rending flames.
Yeah, those are
Of
good
course, yes.
events.
Just to kind of close out the game. We did hear that this was like one of your first times playing this deck. Were you like on it for a while, or is this something you just kind of like tossed together?
No, so basically what happened is I've been on Water Xander for the longest time, but my friend spent like an entire night playtesting against me, and I didn't win a single game. So
Oh
I'm like,
wow.
okay, I got to switch decks now because there's no way I'm gonna show up at regionals with a deck that can't win a game against your deck. Which was he was playing Win Lorraine.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'm like, yeah, I gotta switch decks, and this looked like the deck that suited me the most, and I had the most cards for, honestly. And yeah.
Nice. Well, congratulations. You absolutely crushed it. And like I mentioned, this is a deck that I have been kind of tinkering with for a while. So I'm glad to see it have such a explosive showing here. Um, partly, partly because of the Korhazi Courier is my collaboration card with Grand Archive, but also I think the deck is just super sweet, and I dig the Fire Xander.
Yeah, it definitely felt really good to play. Like, I didn't brick at all, and I always had something to do, like, unlike the other decks I've tried before.
And you like were able to consistently hit that balance with Gildas, which is really sweet. Punching in
Yes.
for four
Yeah,
points.
because of the woodland squirrels, so even if you're off, like, it just helps so much to make that balance.
Yeah, but that's exactly something we mentioned on stream too. Like, because you did the Gildas into Woodland Squirrels just to make sure that you got the balance, which is really cool.
Yeah, because she's
Um,
such a tough card going second, right? Because you have 8 cards, and so you can't reliably turn on her balance. So I
Yeah.
think Woodland Squirrel is a great shot there.
yeah. Cam, do you have anything else to ask him?
No, I don't think so. I mean, again, congrats, Alex, on your nationals invite. Are you gonna plan to go to nationals?
Yeah, I do.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you for taking time to chat with us, and congratulations again. Like, well deserved.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you. All right, Cam. Well, that is that. Should we just kind of like close off the stream, or maybe wait
Yeah.
till
I mean, I think that's all we have for you folks today, unless our tournament organizer has anything else that they want to add.
right? Yeah, I think overall, I think this was a really fun tournament. We saw a lot of like off meta decks. We had definitely an off meta deck end up taking the whole thing, going undefeated in Swiss, which is just a hell of a run, to be honest, especially for a
Right.
deck that came out of nowhere. And I mentioned over the course of the coverage today that I've seen other fire assassin decks kind of like middling around in other regionals.
Mhm.
So seeing pop up here and taking it is just like 100% confirmation that the deck is real. And
Yeah. Yeah, it
yeah,
feels like Alex's list is like really refined, and I think maybe that's what that archetype was missing. It's like people had this idea but didn't